So it's a bachelor's, graduate diploma or whatever in psychological sciences, which means I'm allowed to pretend that my education degree is a psychology degree for the benefit of doing masters of the organism. So I did my 4 years of teaching, realised it was a game I enjoyed but not all set I liked, and so I'm trying to stay in that space but go more the mental health clinical stuff. If I can get my life together, psychologist would be the goal. But there are some very big numbers attached to that, and I've been out of academia for long enough that it's the inertia of going from like year 6 teaching and that professional life to suddenly like you've got 12 chapters a week to read, plus of the academic papers. Like that's just read them forever. Like and imagine it's the same with law. Like it's like you just read them and you die. Like, it's very. How about yourselves? Bruce Gatsby. Yeah. We're good. I do enjoy the extension of that scouting program. But that's not the
That's why I'm asking you.
Still not a started yet.
course.
Nudges if we're out of camera.
Good morning. If you can take a seat, please. Thank you. Thank you. Just sit down, Alex. Come and take a seat for me, please. Okay, so you take a seat for me, please. but it's actually really nice to see your faces. Those of you that have come down to Karen Downs. You might remember earlier this year we missed out our way, it was all virtual. I feel like I haven't seen you guys like this for a long time, so I'm grateful to have you with us today. To begin with, we'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, the Bunurong people. We pay respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. Emerging leaders in Aboriginal community is not something that everybody pays respect to. Across Victoria, it's not a traditional term. But I think from our organisation, for Scouts Victoria, where we're looking at the emerging leaders of our community, it's fitting that we pay respect to the emerging leaders of the Aboriginal community as well. A couple of brief messages for you. Bathrooms, out that door. Chris is pointing that way to the left. Yep. Evacuation. If the building is on fire, it's pretty concrete, so I'm not really sure something's gone wrong. We're heading to the car park. Alright? Stay safe. Yeah, we'll work it out from there. It's not going to happen. If you want tea and coffee, the kitchen has pretty standard Scout tea and coffee, go for your life. Or the coffee cart can be accessed out either door, just sitting in the corner there, and you can see the first Karen Downs Scouts starting to cook us lunch as well, so that's really exciting. My last message, I would like to introduce our Chief Commissioner of Scouts Victoria, who on Tuesday night was re-elected for a second term. So we are stuck with, no, that's not the best message. So congratulations to Rod Benz.
This is a bit unusual for me. I normally just shoot from the hip when I'm speaking, but I've got a couple of things I really wanted to share, so I've made some notes. As you can see on the screen, now is our time. I'm excited because I believe there's never been a better time to be a Scout. When you think about what we offer as an organisation and what our community needs from an organisation, it's a perfect match. They need us now and we need our community to need us now. We have something that people really want and really need. Think about it, Scouting is a guiding light. We have a value system that's given us the capability to take the high road in times of crisis. And we've proven that. We survived and then we thrived through the last couple of years. And I want to thank each of you in this room and everyone at home for your contribution in achieving that, because that's amazing. Our values, our outcome-focused approach, our learning by doing, our leadership, and how all this builds resilience and capability are now in demand. People are taking notice of Scouts. I'm getting more personal inquiries about what Scouting is and what Scouting does from people who don't necessarily understand it, or who may have had an uncle that was a Scout once, and they're hearing things about what we do. They're seeing our young people in the community living and succeeding and leading in our communities. We are a guiding light. In the wake of these recent events, people are re-evaluating what's important. They're searching for something that makes sense, that unique thing that is right for them and on behalf of their children. We all know what Scouting's done for us and for our friends and for our families. Now's the time to share that more broadly. Now is our time. You should all stand proud of what you've achieved in Scouting, for yourself and of course for our young people. You are making a difference. It's been hard to be a leader lately. The last couple of years have been tough. And Scouting shouldn't be hard. We ask a lot of you and we appreciate absolutely everything you do, and more importantly, our young people appreciate it and benefit from it. We've all had changes to adapt to, and change can be challenging. But we only need to change if we need to change. I'm just going to repeat that. We only need to change if we need to change. That means we need to do some self-reflection. Do we need to change? Why is change important? We need to do some review of what we offer. And then we need to plan, and we need to do whatever it takes to maintain our relevance for our wonderful committed leaders, for our supporters, and mostly for our young people who are living our program. Community expectations are also changing, becoming more demanding. People are rethinking what they participate in, what they can contribute their time and effort to. And we need to be here as the right choice when they do make that decision. Whilst the fundamentals of Scouting have stayed the same, we continue and will continue to look for opportunities to stay relevant in our communities. Now is our time. We've got a lot of great information to share with you today. I'm so glad you're able to turn up. And for those of you at home, listen in, take notes. There's a lot of good stuff we're going to share today. We're trying to use some themes to help us to display messages that are the same and to help you absorb them. And this term's safety term. So of course today you're going to hear 3 items about safety. It just helps when you batch things together and think, yeah, it's safety, I've got to think of that. It comes to top of mind. We're also going to look at the leaders in our organisation, yourselves and your teams. How we attract leaders. How we keep and look after leaders. Growth should be on every agenda. It's our collective responsibility. Each and every one of us owns growth. So we'll explore that today as well. In the afternoon, we're going to update you on some personnel issues, some program and some training. So you can see it's a jam-packed day. We've got a lot to share. And I thank you for contributing your Sunday to this. My ask of you today is quite simple. Enter discussions with open ears, an open mind, and an open heart. You are all in highly influential roles. You guys are the Kardashians of Scouting, right? You are the influencers that people look to for a lead. You're our role models. And I'd like to ask each of you, what are you role modelling? Do you bring your best self every single time? Are you focusing on our core themes of adventurous, challenging, inclusive, and of course, fun for every program and meeting? Are you accepting your leadership responsibility and cascading all the information you receive to your teams? We rely really heavily on that two-way communication to be cascaded through our leadership teams. Are you fulfilling that role? Are you filtering? Are you focused on growth? And are you actively sharing how great this thing we do called Scouting is to our broader communities? Do you need any support with any of this? Because that's why we're here. You've got most of the senior leadership team here to offer you support. And in turn, you need to offer your team support. Because that's how we roll. Are you working with your teams on a plan to grow leaders and youth right at the coalface, at the group level. This is what I expect you to do. Now is our time for Scouting to shine in Victoria. Please participate actively. Bring your growth mindset, and I hope you have a great day. Thank you. Sorry, I have one more thing to do. I need to introduce our next speaker. We're very fortunate. The state leadership team has a great cadre of very, very talented people who have great skills. And I'm going to introduce someone who is pretty much, and over the last couple of years has been, the creative heart and soul of Scouts Victoria. Heads up our marketing team, Jason O'Donnell. Thank you, Jason.
That was really kind, Rod, thank you. I'm just going to swap my presentation around. Okay, hi everyone. I apologise in advance for my voice. It's creaking like a teenage boy. I don't know whether it's going to break. I'm going to try and project my voice a little bit because I appreciate the acoustics in here are a little bit poor, but I'm here to give you a marketing update. I'm going to crack on. So today we're going to talk about 5 things really quickly. They are the changing nature of volunteering, attracting and converting new leaders and new inquiries, our updated upcoming adult-focused campaign. It's the first one we've done. Updates to leader build and adult recognition changes. So, obviously COVID has had a massive impact, not just to our youth recruitment, but to our adult leader inquiries as well. We know that. It's actually been the same story across all aspects of adult volunteering or good cause volunteering in Australia. We know that it's dropped from about 20% down to about 15% last year. It could even be lower this year. We're going to struggle to re-engage those people that have left us. We know that. However, there is an interesting story to tell about some data that's come out of the 2016 census. And that is, we've discovered that there are 3 peaks to volunteering through our life cycle. They peak at the age of 16, they peak again at parental age, so between 39 and 48, and then they peak again at retiree age. Now the really interesting thing about that second peak, around an average age of 44, is that it's the largest, demographically, it's the largest age group in Australia's history. So we have an emerging group of people that is the largest pool of possible volunteers we've ever had in our history. Now, obviously, we're going to compete with a whole range of different ways that those people can contribute to their communities, but we believe that having the right messaging, having the right imagery of scouting out to the outside world it will help us attract and retain these potential new volunteers. Now, as baby boomers leave their professional lives, they're sort of leaving behind a hierarchical system that millennials are coming through to disrupt. Millennials have and are growing to become accustomed to a flat hierarchy. Now, flat hierarchies haven't necessarily been tested as the true and best possible, professional hierarchy in business. However, millennials have become used to the idea that they are just 2 or 3 steps from decision makers. So if we joined a company as a junior and that company was under 1,000 employees, the expectation of a millennial is that they're just 2 steps from the CEO's door. Now, scouting is very different to that. We know that. We have a very structured hierarchy, mostly because of the tyranny of distance and the geography of a state. In fact, in some ways in Victoria, we have that a little easier than other states like New South Wales and Queensland and Western Australia, but it's still there. So in addition to that flat hierarchy that we need to appear to be to our new millennial potential adult leaders, They're expecting us to display inclusivity, diversity and equality. Now we've done a lot of work in that. We know we're on the right track there. And then lastly, they're expecting us to be a digitally empowered organisation. I'll get into that in a second. So as I just said, the 2020s have the potential to be the biggest growth decade for us as leaders. We know that more leaders unlock the potential for more youth. Imagine a world where groups had very, very small, if any, waiting lists because we had the leaders to support those youth numbers. So I want to talk to this little chart here. It's effectively a sales funnel. But what I do with my team in marketing is that bottom layer where we attract it's the awareness marketing. So who is Scouting? What do they do? How do they fit into the world? What do they contribute? And what is the positive benefit of being in Scouting? Those are the key messages that we get to the outside world. And we try to reflect back to our internal audience as well, which is at the top of the chart, which is around the engage and retain. So reflecting what we do internally, reminding of the various activities and benefits of being involved that there are. At that second layer around the leads and referrals, this is what I want to talk to today a little about. And this is a lesson not just for DCs but also for GLs as we talk to our teams as well. Millennials will have a very different expectation to Gen Xers or baby boomers when they join our organisation. They won't probably answer the phone. Right? It's very likely that you'll leave a voicemail. It's very likely that if you send them an SMS, it'll be left on read for a period of time. The main reason for that is that they want to be in control of their time and how they respond to you. So in a millennial's mind, a phone call is actually a shout for attention, right? Whereas an SMS or an email gives them the power to choose when they respond. So we need to work how they want to work. Secondly, they want to use digital tools to deal with things in their own time, as I mentioned, but specifically, things like paper forms are relics of the past. So we're doing lots of work there to digitally remove as much of our PDFs and our physical paperwork as we can. And just a note there, Danielle has asked me to mention that A2s and A3s will be going digital next month. So we're getting there. It's really important that millennials have access to decision makers. Now this is about the appearance of a flat hierarchy, yes, but it's also about getting them in front of region people and state commissioners as quickly as you can. They need to understand who it is that's making the decisions or who is there to help support them when they are looking to seek change. And it's also important that we describe our structure more as support and enablement layers rather than management layers or management levels. Just quickly looking at our structure, rather than like a hierarchical tree up to the SLT, I'd love for it to sort of be described this way, in that it's sort of a support structure around group at the centre. You'll all get a copy of this PDF at the end, so please don't worry about getting through all that very small text. Okay, so how do we attract adults to Scouting? Well, recently we've run a number of really successful online campaigns. So back in 2020, before all of this mess of COVID began, we ran the Be a Scout campaign. It was one of the first campaigns we ran with a true online spend, although very modest. The return on investment of that online marketing spend was incredible. Now, obviously, COVID had its impact, and then the following year, when we thought there was this little window where we could get outside and start adventuring again, we ran the Adventurers Calling campaign. We backed that up with radio ads as well. We had enormous conversion to inquiries. We know that 2021 was another one of those years that we just almost had to write off. And then this year, our campaign around anything and everything has just been enormously successful. Not just in the reach that we get to the people we already know Scouting, but to those secondary and third layer of shares and likes and all of that sort of thing that we can measure through our analytics. the message around everything and anything and everything was really around SIAs. So the implementation of SIAs, I guess trying to get that awareness to the outside world that we aren't just necessarily about hiking and skiing and paddling and all of those things that are traditionally known in scouting, but that, you know, Scouts can bring all of their passions to scouting and that will support them to be their best. So when thinking about how we might attract millennials to scouting, we thought about how they deeply believe in purpose, as most of us do, but millennials have, through our research, and there's a link that I'll provide in the PDF that talks about that meaningfulness about delivering back to community. We know that people have deeply passionate hobbies. We'd love to see those passions of their hobbies align with purpose. So our campaign will be about giving their passion a purpose in scouting. So with just a little nudge, so rather than just forward driving on my own or rather than just hiking on my own, I could make my passion purposeful by being a Scout leader. So we're running online ads very shortly in a range of different, just demonstrating a range of what you would normally say are fairly normal scouting activities. But we hope we'll capture just those edge cases that might just pique the interest of someone that was on the fence. And grant pending, we're hoping to have a video campaign as well, which I'm really excited about. So the marketing team has a range of resources. Now, if we go back to the funnel piece that I showed you earlier, in that second layer around the leads, referrals, and converting them to applicants, we have a range of resources on our website that can help you with both the wording of letters and emails, how we might engage with those people as they rock up to a Scout Hall or send an inquiry through the website. Those materials are all found at the marketing resources page on the Scouts Victoria website. You just find it by going age sections, adults, leader resources, and then marketing. So the marketing team is supported by a great group of people. Obviously we have Michelle at Branch, who's supported by Sarah and Freya, and I'm sure everyone in this room and online have all spoken to one of those people, if not recently, then certainly in their time. In our volunteer team, we're supported by Jessie, who is our State Commissioner of Communications, and Darcy, who is our State Leader of the Media Unit. And the Media Unit is a group of Scouts and Adventurers and Rovers who attend major events and other scouting events to give a youth voice to some of our video material and our photography. So you may have seen some of their material online already. It's just amazing work. What I love about it is that they're speaking from that scouting perspective and giving our Scout members a voice in some of the material we're producing. So very exciting stuff. On to Leader Build. So we know Leader Build, and those of us that have run it, Leader Build is a very prescriptive program that was designed in conjunction with the University of Western Australia. Because of the research angle to that work, it is a very structured piece, and often when I think it's presented by people that have been trained in it. So it's pretty formal. It's due for a bit of a refresh. And so over the next few months, we are doing exactly that. First up, we're giving it a good brand refresh because there was a lot of old logos in there. There's a lot of old terminology to the old program. So we're cleaning all of that out. We're getting that refreshed. Then we're looking at the presentability and the workability of the program. So this is where we'd love some feedback from people that have run Leader Build. Let us know, where was it difficult? Where were we losing the attention of the people in the room? We hear that the materials that to attract people into a Leader Build night are pretty strong. We get good turnout, but we understand there are times during the night that people start switching off. We'd love to know those moments. Where are we losing them? What can we do to improve the presentation? So if we can get any suggestions and critical feedback is welcome through to leaderbuild@scoutsvictoria.com. And lastly, adult recognition. So we are building a new function around adult recognition. We're starting with appointing a state leader, adult recognition, very soon. This role, and if they form a team, will coordinate the annual nomination process for the ARAs. But I think just as importantly, do lots of work with districts and regions around local area recognition. So these are Young Citizen Awards, these are Citizen of the Years. These are the ones that draw a lot of attention to scouting at a local level. So this will be a very supportive role for that process. We want to continuously build our culture of recognition. What I mean by that is that the SLT has become aware that there are pockets within Scouts Victoria where the ARAs are almost invisible. There's a bit of a vacuum. Now, there's a whole range of different theories around why that's the case. We are trying to refresh that by reviewing that. Well, we started this year by reviewing all the participants of VicJam and seeing who had, delivered above and beyond over a period of time, and try to bring them up to, a level where we believed it was worthy. Now, we know that in some cases that process can conflict a little bit with plans that regions or districts have for ARA processes. So our state leader will work very closely with you to plan that in the future. But what we want to do is make sure that even if a leader is seldom present in their district or is a once a term member of a scout unit, but is attending, the adventurous activity teams every weekend, may be invisible to their group or their district, but we need to get those people the recognition they deserve. Okay, I've got a little bit of time for questions, but for now that's it for marketing. Any questions before I head off? Sure am, yes. Daniela's already got the PDF, so we're good. Yes. So sure. Yeah, that's I just want to jump in and repeat it before. There's so much to repeat that I can't remember the start. So it was a really good comment about, well, first of all, there was some great feedback that we've said we're going to refresh Leader Builder Wild for a while now, and we haven't. Totally accept that. Believe me, I'm owning it, and we're moving with it now. In fact, the refresh has happened already. Over the next 12 months is the part where we do the major review of the presentation, but it will rely on feedback for that. The second part of your question, I think, was around will we be engaging with district and groups? Was it for feedback or more training? Training, yeah. Yeah, so we were a little bit hamstrung in the old leader build because it was so linked to academic research that it was very prescriptive. My belief is that we should detach from that and own it from here on in. And owning it will mean that we can now engage with people that are actually at the front line of delivering it and making it better. So yeah, I hope that's a good answer. It's the one I gave. Oh God. Any other questions? Yes, mate. Well, I'd love to. So the question was around the channels that we use for marketing. So the channels we use are strictly social and radio. They give us the best bang for buck on our modest budget. I know that country TV can actually be cost effective. So we hope to look at that shortly. It depends on a couple of things. So really, the size of the money that we're able to obtain through a grant this year will determine just how far our reach can go with the next campaign. But yeah, it's a great point. I do believe in television. It's just that it can be quite an expensive channel. Well, yeah. So the radio channels we target aren't to your age group. So, no, I'm just having a go. So, no, Nova and that radio network is where our spots are placed. Yeah. So, does anyone listen to Nova? I'll say yes. Right. So, yeah. I mean, without going too deeply into the reason why Nova is the right audience for us in terms of the demographic and the age range that we're targeting, we're looking to target Joey parents, right? So these are people between 35 and 45. So anyone that's outside of that age range, probably a good reason why you haven't heard the radio ads. The social media ads, though, have got a wider reach because it's actually quite the cost benefit is a good ratio. So we do have a wider reach in social. So I'd be surprised if you hadn't seen the ads on social media.
Have you got plans for promoting regional areas?
We want to work with our regions in rural because every rural region is worthy of its own plan. So I'm really conscious of what would work for Bayside or an inner city region is very different to what would work out in rural areas. So I'm personally from a rural area up on the New South Wales border, and I know the messaging that I want to hear up there is very different to what I might hear in Gippsland or even the Peninsula. So my suggestion there is to reach out to us and we can plan a really targeted campaign for our local area. Okay, cool. Got to move on. Say thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Jason. Team, while I set up, can you get out your playing card, please? So, hi, for those of you who don't know me, my name's Daniela, and I am a school teacher by trade, and you will notice that in my presenting style. I apologise, but it's just easier to picture you as a class of Year 7s. Yeah? No, I'm joking. You're at least Year 8s. I would like to say hello again to our online viewers. Lee Cooksley, Adam Coneybear, Russ Lockyer. You guys, if you haven't realised it yet, if you select on the link on the Scouts Vic page, it'll take you to the YouTube link and then you can comment and talk with us. Okay, but if you're on the Scouts Vic page, you can't do that. You've got to go to the YouTube page. So hit the link, do that there. Yeah, we'd love to hear from you. The other question we've already had today, slides are coming out. Yeah, you will get all the slides, so do not stress. Yeah, you don't have to. You're welcome to write everything I say. Yeah, dictation style. You're welcome to take photo, whatever works for you, but the slides are coming. Cool? So, we're here to talk growth. My favourite topic. Yeah? My second favourite topic. The first thing we need to do, right, is actually define growth. So I've been working on a whole bunch of different teams, including the National Growth Team. So one member of every branch comes in and we all talk about how we're doing growth together. And actually, it's even through that committee, I've realised that there's no consistent definition of growth. There is a branch in Australia that has said that they will try and change the wording in PNR, and that's going to get them growth. I'm not sure that our youth members are reading PNR. I'm not sure our adult members are reading PNR, but that's a separate matter. So I wanted to start here, really simply, yeah, a definition of growth. The process of increasing in amount. That's simple, yeah? Even simpler. Next year's census, I want more members than I had at this year's census. Cool? We're happy. Just needed to actually specify this. And also, it does include recruitment and retention. It's a net figure. And for some people, they might have a problem in retention. Some people might have a problem in recruitment. Some people might not have any problem. Yeah? But there are two arms to this. It is both recruitment and retention. Generally, when we talk about a growth goal, we often talk about 1%. Yeah? So let's take Scouts Victoria's numbers. These are the census numbers that I took from Extranet Friday night. So if you've added or subtracted a kid since Friday night, my number will have changed. But census this year, 16,919 young people. And when we first got that number, we were a bit sad by that. Till we remembered what the last 2 years have been like, and then we celebrated. We have 16,919 people. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, so it just took us that moment of reflection. But it was sad to lose our continuous growth. Yeah? So if we're going on our standard goal of 1%, that would mean that we're aiming for next year's census at 17,088. Cool? Make sense? I told Rod yesterday in this presentation that I'm secretly aiming for 18,114 members. That's my personal goal, because that takes us back to the 2021 census. Yeah, so that means we've lost that dip. I know, I'm a bit, yeah? But you ready? This was Friday night's number. Yes! Yeah? 18,748. Now we know, right? We know that that's not a true number. Every group is going to have a kid that has already said, I'm not coming back, and they haven't taken them off. Yeah? If every group has one of them, then that number is only 400 up. That's still a good number. Yeah? Still happy with that. Understand what my goals are? Yeah? What I would like you to do on your playing card, if you have a look at your playing card, can you find somebody with the same suit as you? Preferably not the person you're sitting next to. Frank and Roy, I saw that. Yep. People online, if you know somebody else online, jump on a chat with them. If not, you can do this yourself. Have a chat. What's your number? That's my number. What's yours? Go. Talk. Okay, come take a seat. Come and have a seat for me, please. That's the problem with letting leaders of adults talk. Yeah, it's hard to get them back. So I'm going to ask you to keep that number. You can come back now. Keep that number in your head. Yeah, we're coming back to it. Yeah, keep your playing card. We're coming back to that too. Yeah. So People always ask me, common question, why is growth important? I could give you lots of reasons, and I've put some on the screen, but ultimately, it comes down to one thing for me. We obviously believe in scouting. You would not have gotten up today and come to Carrum Downs or turned on your computer if you did not believe in this organisation. We believe this is a good thing. Why would we not want to share this wider? Full stop. Why would we not want more young people to experience this? Yeah, I can tell you about why growth is good for government visibility. I can tell you about economy of scale. I can tell you all about that. But ultimately, we want more young people to experience what we have to offer. So, what's the plan? Yeah, I've told you that I have a growth goal. How are we going to get there? So the first job was to understand where we are. And we did lots of surveys. So you might have participated in a survey. We surveyed the groups that had declined by 10%, the groups that had grown by 5%. We surveyed our RCs. We surveyed all young people who'd left our organisation. Yeah, we did an exit survey. In that exit survey, there's a question that says, would you recommend scouting to other people? Yeah, we had 600 and something responses. These are the people who've left us. It was a 1 to 10 scale, and our average result in there was 7.7. That 7.7 of those people would recommend us. These are the people that have left. That's a pretty good number. Yeah, so we collected all our data, and we have a lot of data. Yeah, and that's one of the problems is when you get a lot of data, is you've actually got to use it. Yeah, so we've developed some programs that target specific areas. Some of them are trials, yeah. Some of them might not work and you might never ever hear about them again after today. Yeah. Some of them might stay. We're building new groups in our growth corridors. Yeah, some of you might have been a part of that, maybe Keysborough in Greater Dandenong, Tarneet, Kalkallo is on the list. It's not called Kalkallo, I can't remember what it's called, the school, but it's in the suburb of Kalkallo. Joey Scout Park Rangers. So we've developed an after-school program with Parks Victoria. We've done a pilot, 30 kids. Let's see whether it works. Let's see if we convert them into Joey Scouts. If we don't, let's stop doing it. If we do, let's make it bigger. Yeah, everything needs a start. Scouts in schools, anyone work in a school? Yeah, the VCE reform, I think, has opened a really wide opportunity for us to look at where we fit in that, or if we fit at all. And if we don't fit, great, cool, let's make a decision that we don't fit. Yeah, but we need to do the investigation with the new curriculum, the new agreement, all sorts of stuff going on in schools, yeah, to make that decision. School holiday programs. This is a key thing in Queensland, right? They're doing this really successfully. Let's go find out why and see whether we can replicate it. They're not programs that I'm asking you to do though. This is just examples of the things that we're exploring to see whether they're useful. And if they're useful, you'll hear more. And if they're not, you won't. Absolutely. A key message in all of our data is it's about program. You knew that. You didn't need me to tell you that. Yeah. Key message. So therefore, that's going to be our key message as well. All right, you're going to hear a lot about it if you don't already hear a lot about it. Yeah, we think this is such an important message that we've actually now have an Assistant Chief Commissioner program strategy. Somebody who can roll that out. She'll be here later. She's on an aeroplane at the moment. Adventurous, challenging, fun and inclusive. Are we ticking those boxes in our program? How's our youth empowerment going? Yeah, key messages, but actually we think of them as program messages. They're really growth messages. And finally, the other step that we've done, and we've probably put the most amount of work here, and this is consistently over a number of years, is we're looking at where our systemic weaknesses are. As in, where are we losing people or where are we not gaining people and why? Yeah, this list is, we could go forever. I'm just giving you the snapshot, right? The Scouts Victoria Development and Growth Plan is an easy 11 pages. So there is a lot in there, yeah? But here are some of the opportunities that we're seeing from our weaknesses. So we know transition points, we know linking is a problem. Yeah, we know that that's why kids leave us. We know, actually you might not know this, lots of our districts and our regions have development officers, yeah, district leader development or ARC development, but there's actually no common team here. Yeah, so if you're a scout leader, you have a common team, but as a development officer, you don't. So let's create one. An old problem. Rovers not feeling connected to their group because they move around so much, yeah? It's a problem. You're our only rover in a red shirt today, sorry. We had VRC, the Victorian Rover Council, here yesterday, and I think we have some online, but it's a problem. Joey Scout numbers. Yeah, we identified that a few years ago and we ran the first set of Mob Start, Mob Build. Yeah, we knew that. Regional based support, and Jeff, you've already mentioned this today, but do our regional people, our people who are furthest away, do they have the support and the time and the communication from us that they need? And some of them would say yes and some of them would say no. And we need to actually make that a consistent yes. And finally, leader support. The last 2 years were incredibly difficult for us as Scouts Victoria leaders, but it was even harder if you were a leader facing young people. Having to come up with that exciting, innovative program every week on a small screen. Wow, those people, and I'm imagining most of you as well, because I'm sure you guys did that too, that was such a challenging thing. Yeah, and they need our support now more than ever. They always need our support, but... So here are some things that we're doing to address these particular points, right? So the first one is the Journey Forum. Anyone work on the Journey Forum in 2019? No? Rod? Good, I'm glad. So the Journey Forum was a big research task. There was a big team of people that came together and spent a couple of weekends exploring and pulling it apart. Why does linking work some places and not other places? And they developed 8 project plans at the time about how we could improve linking. Great. COVID hit, and we put that to the side and we just survived for a couple of years, and now it's time to reinvestigate that. Having a look at it, all 8 plans aren't relevant anymore. Yeah, let's actually focus it on 2. Let's decide which ones are actually going to help our groups to keep people in that scouting journey. Yeah, or even to remind them that we still exist 5 years after they've left. Yeah, they're allowed to go try gymnastics and come back to us. Yeah, that sort of stuff. So that's the Journey Forum one. We're going to build a development team network. Yeah, so we're going to actually get those people in a room, probably a Zoom room, let's be honest, and have those conversations. Yeah, I'm sure that they are all doing development work. Aren't you, Steve? Yeah, I'm sure all of them are doing development work, but are we all on the same page? Yeah, are we all rowing the same direction is probably a better one. We want all of us going the same place. The rover connection to groups is going to be a problem forever. Yeah, but there's a couple of ways we can strengthen that. And 2 years ago, we introduced a letter. So you know when we get the Feb 22nd email? Yeah, any rover that doesn't respond to that gets a direct letter from us. Yeah, because it essentially means if they haven't responded to that, they're likely not responding to GL emails, yeah, or communication from their group. So let's actually try a different way. That has actually retained our numbers of rovers who don't have to be rolled back. Rovers used to be our biggest proportion of rollbacks because they didn't pay by census. Yeah, but by actually starting that communication with them before census in a formalised way by the Victorian Rover Council, we've managed to start keeping some of them. And as we build that culture, that will change. Joey Scout numbers, it's time to go back and have another look at mob build. I call it mob build, I know it's unit build, yeah, I know, but I want you to, I'm very specific that it's about Joey's in this instance. Yep, if you look on the website, it is unit built. Yeah, don't yell at me. Regional based support. This one always needs work. Yep, absolutely, 100%. Never going to disagree with that. I do think that for some of our regions, we have gotten better at coming down and visiting, or at giving you, making sure that you have people that you feel connected to that you can call, that you could talk to, right? Because that's what it's about. It's about connection. And for every different region, that looks different. Yeah, I know we have some West Coast region people online, and I'm hoping that we've done a lot of Zooming, because I haven't driven down to Port Fairy very often, yeah, but we've Zoomed a lot to have those conversations. So if COVID had one positive, it was the technology that we have to have those conversations, yeah? And the last one, and this is the one I want to unpack with you, is leader support. Through all the surveys that we did, through all the comms that all the meetings, everything, this one is really crying out. And it's raised a number of questions for the state leadership team. And I'm about to ask you the questions. They are only questions. I do not have the answers. If I had the answers, I would tell you what the answers were, right? I don't have them. I expect that they'll be different across the state, but I want to ask you some questions. I want to start a conversation with you today. So, we know that our local leaders, good local leaders, are the key to retaining youth. You know, if you've got a shit local leader, they generally don't keep young people. Yep. Jesse's got one in her head. They need to feel supported and valued, and in turn, they're going to give that to our young people. Right? So are we, across the state, providing that for our leaders? I think we are, but can we say consistently, hand on heart, that that is across the state? We can't. This is a local leader. Marketing gave me this photo. I don't know who this leader is. Phoebe, I'm predicting he's one of yours. Great, excellent. The kid is from Bairnsdale, so we're going to call this a Bairnsdale Joey Scout leader. Yeah, you happy with that? So, just a random local leader who's providing him the support that he needs to be the best leader he can be. Yeah, so the first answer, I saw that, Murray. Your first answer is your group leader. Yep, great, absolutely, that's a key. This is not a hierarchy, but I was trying to think through, how does the group leader get the messages? Right, so I was just trying to list out, these are our program support leaders. So our Joey leader is getting the messages from the group leader, getting the messages from the DC, from the RC, from the Assistant Chief Commissioner Program Support Leaders, that's what PSL stands for. That is Wombat Lions, that's a new position, from the Chief. Yep, not meant to be a hierarchy, but a chain of communication more so. Cool? Let's go back to our leader. His program support really comes from the district team. Yeah, so from the district leader. Once again, not a hierarchy, but just trying to give you a visual about where those messages come from. Not a hierarchy. So the Joey leader gets their messages from the district leader Joeys, who gets their messages from the region commissioner Joeys, who gets their messages from the state commissioner Joeys, hi Judy, who's online today, gets their messages from Diana Swift, the ACC program, gets their messages from the chief. Yeah? It makes sense that that's the way it looks now. Comfortable with that? So here are my questions. I'll give you all four, all right? Do you think this structure works everywhere for everyone? You have to remove the actual person, right? Personality is always going to play a part, but does this structure work if you take out the personalities?
No, it's not, because as soon as you get one person missing in that link, it falls apart.
Great. We're going to have a chance to talk in a second. But you're right, yeah? Is it a problem that the team that our DCs have does not match the structure of the team that our RCs have? They do have a similar structure, but the section region commissioners report to the section state commissioner. Yeah? So the district Joey Scout leader has a region Joey Scout leader, taking out the people aspect, but that region Joey Scout leader doesn't report to the region. Should our district structure more match what our RCs match? Do you think, we've been on the new program journey for a very long time, so long that it's not the new program anymore, yeah? But does our district structure match the philosophy of the program? And is this model that we have that I've just taken you through, is that still the best model for Scouts Victoria? I don't have the answers, and I suspect that there will be different pockets of people across the state that have really different views. This is the start of a conversation, okay? When you get all these slides, you'll also get a survey from us, because I know that you like surveys, yeah? And you'll have the chance to respond to all of these 4, to none of these 4, to any of these 4. You'll have the chance to actually sign up and say, I want to be part of the next level of conversation. You'll have all of those things, right? That's coming out. But right now, could you please take your playing card? Could you please find somebody with a same or similar number to you? Online people, you don't have a playing card, I'm so sorry. You will just have to pretend. Can you go and have a conversation with someone new about these 4 questions? Come back and sit down for me, please. Yeah. Okay, team. So much feedback here already, including questions coming in from online. Great, absolutely love them all. I am going to send you the opportunity to answer these questions, yep, or the opportunity to ignore my email, or to answer. You're gonna ignore it, I know, Carly. But you might go, actually, I feel really strongly about one, but I don't feel strongly about three. That's fine. It'll be set up that you can just answer what you feel strongly about. And we are collating it all, and then we're gonna build a team that actually has a look at this. There are no answers. The team, I'm hoping there'll be a team to work through the possibilities. Lots of consultation, but it's a fair question. Is this still the best model? New program says that it's time to reflect. Full stop. Yeah. Now, I don't know which cards have come out. There are 2 decks of cards I don't even know, but some feedback. Does anyone have the 9 of diamonds? Great. Alan, can you come here? And then my other one is the 5 of spades. Anyone got the 5 of spades? 6 of spades? 7? Great, come up, Paul. You have to come up so that you can be near the mic, but one piece of feedback, one comment, one question that your team just was talking about.
The structure doesn't work across all the variations that there are across the state. When you've got, one example was region commissions have got 2 districts side by side, one has 3 groups, one has 2 groups, and there's not enough support to cover all of them.
Yeah.
So the structure needs to change somehow.
Great, love it, thank you, Alan. Paul?
The focus we had was that the structure is unable to cope with the fact that the new program is so complex and broad-reaching that it's impossible for any district program section leader to be able to usefully support their leaders.
Know everything. Yeah, absolutely. 100%, thank you. Excellent. A round of applause for Alan and Paul for me, please. It might have come up in other conversations, but one of the things that I'm expecting that might have come up, and let's just pretend it did, yeah, is training meetings. I want to talk about that for a couple of seconds. If we're working to support these local leaders, we have such limited time face-to-face in a formal setting with them. I shouldn't say face-to-face because it might be on Zoom, right? But our formal training meetings, we have a limited amount of time. And lots of our work happens informally, you know, a couple of emails here or there, a text message, a phone call, absolutely. But our formal meetings look very different at very different locations. Are we making the best use of that time? Everyone is time poor, right? Nobody wants to sit through another meeting, yeah? Are we giving our leaders something in those meetings that they can take away and makes them feel that that hour and a half of their time was useful? Yep, couple of things. And are they adventurous, challenging, fun, and inclusive? I want to throw a suggested meeting format at you, not requiring, yeah, not dictating. Just a thought, yeah. But if you look at that, what I said about training meetings, and you go, I don't know how to fix that, here's a suggestion, right? 30 minutes of developmental time. A guest speaker, training options, something that develops your leaders into better leaders. 30 minutes of operational time, compliance, tick box, that sort of stuff. Let's be honest, I would imagine that most of our training meetings at the moment extend the operational time. Yeah, we spend a lot of time talking about operational stuff. We need to force our meetings to be training meetings. There needs to be an element of training in there. And some sort of networking. Now, this is a slightly different message from yesterday, but some feedback from yesterday. There are two different styles of networking. We have our formal networking and our informal networking. And some people might not want to participate in the informal networking, right? They're not the people who stay around to have a cup of coffee afterwards. That's okay, yeah? But we have to give people a chance to meet each other, to share ideas, to learn about each other. A bit like the cards where I'm making you talk to different people, because otherwise you would just talk to the person next to you. Yeah, so got to think about different ways that you can network. Cool? Just a suggestion, right? What I'm working on in Scouts Victoria, my personal philosophy is I can't ask you to improve something, training meetings, without giving you a possible way to do it. If you think yours are working great, excellent. But here's an option. So our last section today, before morning tea, is actually what's your plan. I've given you 15 slides now about what my plan is. What's your plan? And your plan will be very different depending on where you are, what you do, etc., etc. But I am asking you to give me a development plan. Now, if you've participated in development plans in the past, you'll know that they were quite big documents. I want a sentence. That is it. That is all I am asking for. It is a sentence about growth. Full stop. I'm asking for this by the end of September. I'll send you the form to fill out. And I'm hopeful that we will get 70 to 100 of these. So I will be able to publish an Excel spreadsheet that has 70 to 100 lines with these statements in it. That is truly the Scouts Victoria Growth and Development Plan. So the statement that I am asking for is in your formation, whatever that is. We will do something to grow or retain some sort of numbers. You might focus on a section by this many people. Yeah? I've got some examples for you. And I apologise about the colours, but I wanted to give you the colours so you saw the pattern. So in Emu District, I picked Emu because I knew there was no DC, so that nobody could yell at me today, yeah, if I make development goals for them. In Emu District, we will run a mob build program over 4 weeks to grow our Joey Scout numbers by 5 new members. Yeah, I think that's actually a stretch. I think 5 new youth members is a stretch. I'm not expecting you to have a big number in there, right? If every formation grows by 1, guess what? That's growth. In the rover section, and I've already given you this example, we will ensure all rovers know who their GL is by writing to them in Term 1 next year to retain 10% more rovers. So that was the goal that we had a couple of years back, and we have surpassed the 10%. With rovers, there's always a need for more. The group leader of this group is not in the room at the moment, so we can do this one. In the First City of Camberwell group, we will run leader build to grow our leader numbers by 2. Nice and simple. I'm not expecting a thesis. In fact, not only am I not expecting them, I don't want them. And I don't want, we will have 100 kids by the census. We're currently at 11, Daniela, but it's okay, we'll have 100. That's silly. Yeah, I want an actual goal. And you probably already have this. You probably already have a plan in your head. In Greater Dandenong District, we will start a new group, which they have, to grow our numbers by 10 new youth members. The the ARC development for Bays was here yesterday. She was like, I'm not at 10 yet, I'm only at 5, Daniela.
I'm like, that's okay, you've still got 6 months. Yep. But one member, if we all grow by one member, yeah, that's growth. So do not be put off by the big numbers in these ones. So you'll have a survey, and it will be set up to ask what formation you are, what you're going to do, how many, and what type of number you're going to grow. Yeah? And part of that is because I'm interested in connecting you. So if I have 10 different districts who want to grow their leader numbers, let me connect you all so you can all talk, or not talk if you choose to, but at least you have the opportunity. Whereas at the moment, in your region, if you're a district focusing on something completely different to the rest of your region, it can feel isolating. Yeah. Now here's my last one. You are encouraged to try something new. Absolutely. I do not care if it's not successful. I don't care if we get to the 1st of April next year and I'm looking through this Excel spreadsheet and I go, you guys didn't make it. Oh well. It's okay to not be successful, but it is not okay not to try. One youth member, one leader, that's all we're talking. It's not okay not to give something a shot. The focus has to be growth, and it has to be measurable. Cool? End of September, lots of time, thinking time. And if your district has a couple of these, put in a couple, no worries. I'm not needing a couple yet, but time to come together and work out one goal for your world. Now, before we go to morning tea, we're about to have morning tea. Do you want to just grab the rest of the SLT, please? I just want to point out the SLT for you so that if you have questions about anything, you know who to ask. I didn't do this yesterday, and I got all the questions at morning tea, right? So I want to share the love. Fair? I say that as Rod walks out of the room. So here we go. Just so you know their faces and you have people to ask questions of, we have Rod, who you've met. We have Wombat, who is new on our team. We have Michael up the back, and Jason's just walking in, Craig's just walking in. We have other members of our team too. Diana is not here today, and Lisa will be with us later on today. But if you have questions about anything, right, we all have portfolios, but we will try and help you on anything, if only to direct you to the person who is better placed to answer your question. Yeah, so therefore you should ask these 5 people instead of me. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Ask me anything. You know I'm happy to. We have morning tea. We have some food over here. We have tea and coffee. We have coffee cart. We're back here at 12. You have to supply your own morning tea. People online, sorry, bad luck. Back here at 12 o'clock. Safety messages. Yay. Thanks, team.
don't have a name tag on this. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Chris Young. I am on the Branch Executive Committee and I chair the Branch Group Facilities Support Committee. So that committee does a lot of things. Talk up a bit. Okay. A lot. We do have the microphone on. Right here. So I'll talk up a lot. And I know there's an echo in the place, so I'll try and be slow. One of the jobs of the Group Support Committee is it manages the refurbishment program of Scout Halls. So we have 30 or 40 projects on at any one time, refurbishing everything from minor to major. One of the other roles that we have is to help groups with essential safety measures. So essential safety measures are simply things that make our halls safe to do our program in. So I'm going to talk today about what ESM is, who's responsible, what actions are required by yourselves and others, support available, the forward timetable, follow-up and how we're going to review the process as we go through. Essential safety measures are not that complicated in most cases. They include means of egress. How do you get out of a building to a place of refuge? They include emergency exit signs like the one you see over the door there. That's an illuminated exit sign. That's what we will require in Scout Halls for overnight sleepovers. It includes exit signs. You'll see them dotted around the place. Paths of travel, needing to check that the path is clear, that you can actually get out of the building. Discharge from exits, especially downstairs, walkways and places like that. Also includes fire services type of information. Smoke alarms. In this place, this has wired smoke alarms with battery backup. Portable fire extinguishers, and you can see there's a fire extinguisher and a nice sign over there. Some Scout Halls have higher fire hose reels. And every hall should have an evacuation plan and once a year do a drill. The evacuation plan is the one thing this hall is missing. So there should be an A3 sign on the wall in the main hall area, plus some smaller versions in each of the other rooms. We've included here requirements about testing and tagging, why it's not a compliance issue, it's a sensible thing to do for all Scout Hall facilities. Who's accountable and responsible? Often a question asked in a scouting context. Scouts Victoria is accountable for all the buildings that we own, but we have distributed responsibility because we have a mixture of property types. We have some we own, some we lease, some we license, and some we rent. So to come up with a consistent approach with how we manage ESM, we have selected a level that is slightly higher than most jurisdictions, so that is consistent across all of our group facilities. We want the group or the formation to regularly inspect and test, do the work and to pay for costs to refurbish or fix things like door handles or signs, and do an annual ESM report and do an annual drill. The drill doesn't have to be by all sections, it can be by one section. Scouts Victoria maintains the procedures and templates associated with ESM, and we will update these as we get further feedback. The procedures that you'll be seeing in the next week or so have been tested with 4 or 5 different groups to try and get them working. We'll be analysing annual reports and coming back to groups and formations to ask them to progress a little further, see if they need help. And we'll be providing reporting to the state leadership team and to the BEC. The Property Support Committee is now being set up to provide support via email and over the phone. What we want you to do is, in a week's time, you're going to get a bucket load of documentation electronically. We want you to read it. Note that it doesn't cover 100% of our hall configurations. We've got 3,000 or 4,000 halls of ages from 100 years to 2. Some of them have mezzanine floors, like this one here, which if you're in a hold hall is hard to get it compliant. But we also have exit onto waterways. We have a huge variety of different options. Some halls, for example, in areas where they've had vandalism, they put big grills on the front that they lock up when they leave the hall. We won't be asking you to remove those giant grills. What we do is you must have a sign on the door that says when the building's occupied, the grills must be locked open. We've elected to accede legislative requirements for consistency. What we want the group leader is an LOC of a section. We're looking for all group halls here. Campsites will be done separately because they have multiple halls and site-wide issues. So this applies to all scout halls. They could be used for showtime or district. Read, there's an online group leaders guide for facilities. And the first section of that is all around essential safety measures. Procure a ring binder to put their logbooks in on site. We want them stored on site. Perform an inspection of the hall. Note any work required to bring the hall to compliance. Fix items not requiring trade skills yourselves, and the guide actually tells you when you need a specific skill and when you don't. Engage some trades to fix the other ones. Update the hall summary report on site, an inspection logbook. Repeat the inspections required for 3 monthly intervals where required. And we respond to once a year for a survey where we'll be asking you to basically send a summary of your copy of your summary report and answer any questions about problems you're having or issues. The documentation includes an introduction letter, the Group Leaders Guide to Facilities Management. We have a one-page hall summary report, the detailed logbooks that filled in every time something's checked. We also have a template for an evacuation plan in PowerPoint and a sample of what one looks like, and some guides to where you can procure things like that fire extinguisher sign or getting testing and tagging done from places like Bunnings and Jim's Services. They're just a sample. Always check for your local tradespeople or someone within the group. They maybe have a lower cost source of those sorts of items. Corporate office will respond to emails, and each month my committee will look through the progress that we're getting and the information and the feedback. Forward timetable. 1st of September, documentation is going to be sent out to all formations, and we will be CCing all of the district and region staff, leaders. Bays have agreed to be the trial region, so we'll be sending their survey in early December, getting some feedback early, and then other groups will get their survey in February. We would like groups to focus on doing it certainly at the beginning of term 1, prior to youth going back into the facility. It's a good time to do the normal clean-up and do those type of safety checks. If there's something not compliant, we're asking the group to do it. When some things may be not compliant and there's multiple building regulations that we know our halls cover, if it becomes an expensive item, in other words, a refurbishment type of activity, then there's a process for refurbishment. Then we'll have some follow-up, analyse the Bay's results, and we'll look at the results as they come in each month. That's all the information I've got too. I know it's going to increase a bit of your workload, but we've tried to make it as straightforward as possible once people read the information and go through it. Do we have some questions? Yes?
So it's only buildings, it doesn't include trailers and watercraft and things like that?
No, it doesn't. It's just building requirements. So it doesn't cover trailers or boats or anything like that, and I'm just repeating for the audience. Yes?
I have a horrible feeling that one of the groups I've just picked up, the hall is quite unsafe.
Yes?
What's the likelihood of grant, stroke, loan funds being readily available to
So the question is, if you come across a hall that is unsafe, may have a collapsing floor plus non-compliant doors, those sorts of things, yes, you can apply to the committee that I chair. We'll go through you. We will all ask for a copy of the group's financials to comply that they don't have a lot of money. And we'll work through you with different fundraising options and, if necessary, give them a small grant and loan to get the work done. But we want groups in the long term to put funding reserves aside for this sort of activity in the long term. Getting a hall into compliant, I'm thinking, is a $1,000 to $2,000 issue for most people, but it could vary. Any other questions? Yes? Yes. Yes. So the question is, if you're in a community hall and the council actually takes responsibility for essential safety measures, we are in our procedure asking the councils to leave a copy of their documentation on site. If they don't, then you can request it. If you don't have any success in getting that information from the council, certainly contact the property group at Scouts Victoria. They have strong relationships with most of the councils, and we'll go through the formal processes of requesting the information. Yes?
Who's accountable for the region halls and the other halls that are not Scouts being used regionally?
Well, the simple answer to that is, on the extranet we have an LIC allocated for every building, and that's the person we'll be contacting. Yes? Any other questions? Good. Thank you for your help in advance. Right. Who's next? Daniela. Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's good, because the last session before lunch is me and child safety, and I went overtime yesterday. So there you go. Chris has just gained you back to lunchtime. Yeah?
I think it's going to cost them a little bit more than that to do all the work.
And we'll just give Simon a couple of seconds to plug his computer in. Yeah. And then, so in case you haven't met him, this is Simon Casey, our State Commissioner, Risk and Safety, because it's not a safety conference without the State Commissioner, Risk and Safety. Fair? Yeah, absolutely. We'll give him a couple of seconds.
Awesome. All right. Hello, everyone. You can hear me okay? You can hear me, John, on Zoom. It's good to be talking to some of you people, not about COVID, because I've spent the last 2 years probably emailing and chatting to a lot of you about COVID, Rick in particular, in terms of campsites and stuff. Right, so I'm talking today about safety. I haven't got a presentation. What I'm going to do is go through the new safety website. So as of last week, we've consolidated most of the safety stuff into one page on the Scouts Victoria website. And you can access it through, I'm not sure if you can see that well, but there's up at the top of the Scouts Vic website where there's a few links. There used to be a link to Out and About, and that's now been replaced with safety. So if you go there, Out and About is also on that list, but it's also got the incident report form, the risk assessment tool that I'm going to be going through, plus some other information. So you can get to that, and everything I'm going through today is on that link, so there's not a presentation, so to speak. All right, so on the, so this is what I said, I put this kind of live last week. So there's a few things that will be added over the next week or two, and I'm going to go through a couple of those as well. So first thing on the website is really just about what to do in an emergency. And then the second thing that's coming next week is a new safety dashboard. Now this is similar to the report that the SLT gets every month and the BEC gets every month. So we've generated a dashboard of data. It's all based as percentages rather than absolute numbers, so we're not saying how many incidents occur because it's on a public website, but it gives you a percentage breakdown of where incidents occur and under what situations we expect to see particular incidents. So it looks at the number of incidents we have a month. Now obviously we've still got the effect of COVID where we didn't have many incidents because we didn't do much scouting, but since then you can see that the distribution tends to, is reasonably consistent. There are certain times of the year where we're a lot more active and therefore we have more incidents. The colour represents the size of the severity of the incident, so minor, medium, and major, and there would be some extremes if we had any. We include the amount of Scout and About participant registration. So this is where someone goes in and records an activity on Scout and About. This gives us a good indication of how busy things are. Obviously, VicJam is a big indicator, a big factor in that one there. We look at what location the incidents occur, so whether it's at Scout campsite, in public, at Scout halls and the Scout hall grounds. We look at which sections have the most incidents, and you'll see that Scouts has by far the most number of reported incidents, particularly the kind of medium ones which end up going to hospital. A breakdown of which activities have incidents, the type of injury that we see, so a lot of that is focused around hand and wrist injuries, and then also the source of most of these incidents, so what actually happens. So a lot of our incidents is people slipping and falling over. That's actually by far the biggest cause of our incidents. So that you won't see that there today, but as of next week, that'll be the first item on the website. Okay, now what have I done? So the next item is incident report, and that'll be the standard incident report form. So this is where you'll go, the easiest place to go if you want to raise an incident report. Now some of the awards, some of the section awards and the OAS activities now require you to fill out a mock incident report as part of that assessment. We've created a separate form for that, so we don't end up getting people sending incident reports in when they're actually just for a mock incident. So there is, on that link, there'll also be a link to the mock incident report form, and this will you can fill it out exactly like a normal incident report form, and instead of sending it in to us and register an incident, it'll just send the email acknowledgement to you, but doesn't create a new incident. So it's a useful way to show someone that process. Scout and About is here as previously, and there's also a link to the COVID page at the moment, so eventually that'll hopefully disappear one day. The next thing I want to show is the thing that's really new is this new risk assessment and risk register tool. So the idea of this is that you have a form that if you're planning an activity or an event, you can use this form to generate a template risk assessment for that activity. So a series of questions, for example, what type of activity or event you're running, whether it's a section night in a hall, whether it's a day activity, a unit or a group camp, if it's a fundraising event, indoor training, that sort of thing. So you can define what type of activity it is. You can select what type of accommodation you've got, so whether it's got camping in tents or a hall sleepover or cabins, etc. The section that it's for, whether it's a club event or whether it's a group event or if it's just adult participation only. what other aspects you might want to consider for your activity, whether you're going to have campfires, how you're going to do food preparation, free time, packing up, how you're going to travel, travel by car or travel by bus, what weather conditions that you need to consider. And I've kind of filled out an example one here. So I'm assuming that it was in the middle of summer, so we've got bushfire and high temperature as the potential weather conditions to consider. If there's any health aspects we need to consider, so I've put food allergies in this example, and then what activities are being undertaken. So you might have, abseiling and billy carts and games and hiking as your activity. So you fill that out, and it will take about a minute or two, and then it will email you a copy of the created risk register from that information. And it takes a couple of minutes. So there's one I did yesterday, i.e. one I prepared earlier, and at some time in the next 2 minutes, the one that we just did now will come through. So you get an email with some kind of instructions on what to use, and attached to the email is a that's what I want to do. Sorry, it's a bit hard to see the screen. Attached to this email is an Excel spreadsheet with that template risk register. Space for you to type in information about the event, what the activity is, who it is, who's in charge, when it is, and then a list of risks and hazards and potential safeguards that are related to all the choices that you made. So you can then use that as a starting place for your risk assessment for that activity. Now, obviously, there's, I've had kind of two thoughts about doing this for some time. The big concern I have is that people will just take this and assume that they've done their risk assessment and no one will look at it. This is really there to help you get started. So the key thing here is that you need to make sure that if there's anything else about your activity that's not normal, so for example, if you're camping next to a quarry, then that wouldn't necessarily be on the typical risk assessment, and you would need to identify that as a hazard and add it. You may have additional safeguards that you need to put in place because of what you're doing. You may find that some of the safeguards that are in a typical risk assessment or a typical activity you may not find appropriate, therefore you might need to change them with something else. And also, just because it's written on a piece of paper doesn't mean it's going to happen, obviously. If you say that one of your safeguards is that you're going to monitor the weather or whatever, or you're going to do something to control the risk, then someone actually has to do that. It doesn't get done by itself. I know these are obvious, but these are the things that we do. But I think for most people, particularly for leaders who don't do a lot of risk assessment in their kind of day-to-day job, then this is a great start to get people thinking about what the risks are. Now, there's quite a lot of information in here. There's also quite a lot of gaps. So what I've shown you on that list is like the full list of things. At the moment, I don't have data for all of those things. So I will remove the ones or flag the ones that we don't have information for in the short term. But if you've got information that you've got and you've got a risk assessment for an activity and you think it's quite a good one, then feel free to send it through and I'll get it added as the activity here. Now, this is aimed at section leaders running section-based activities. So if we have abseiling if you choose abseiling activity, then the controls it's talking about is the controls that the section leader needs to put in place to manage that activity. It's not a choice. Abseiling is sitting there. It's not got a risk assessment about what the abseiling team does to manage abseiling. So it's not talking about the control of the abseiling activity that itself, because it assumes that'll be in place from the abseiling team. But it's all about what the leader has to do. So it's about making sure that the youth members are paying attention when they're being trained, and make sure that they put their equipment on properly, make sure that they're safe when they're waiting for their turn, that sort of thing, and that they engage an appropriate guide or instructor to run the actual activity. So it's not there to replace the adventurous activities run aspect of activities, only the leader-run version of activities. And that obviously varies from activity to activity. When we're doing hiking, and they all tend to be run by the leader, whereas abseiling will tend to be run by the abseiling team. But there's other activities, like canoeing, we do some with things we can do with the leader, but others we can't. But that's that tool. Sorry, I got the wrong glasses. And if I check with a bit of luck, then the other email that I sent will come through in the middle of me talking probably. All right, so that's the new risk assessment risk register tool. We've also got the safety-related policies, procedures, guidelines all in one spot. So if you've got any safety stuff that goes there, it's got the list of the current safety bulletins, of which I think we have two, one around bunk beds and one around vehicles and buggies. One of the areas I'm going to add is the safety notices and safety recalls. So, for example, the ACCC have a safety recall list, and I'm going to put that link to that on the website around the camping related stuff. There's a lot of stuff on there that's not relevant to us, but the camping one has things from time to time come up that are related to us, in particular stoves, that sort of thing come up there. And then we're also putting links to relevant safety warnings. For example, WorkSafe put out a safety warning around inflatable rides, that sort of thing, which is again relevant for some of our activities. I will also try and get I can't find a centralised list, but I will try and populate incidents that occur elsewhere that are related to scouting. It's difficult to find a list that I can just link to, so it becomes a manual process, but hopefully we can have that information all there. So that's the new website, the new consolidated website, for want of a better word, and the two kind of key new aspects around A, the dashboard, giving us all that information, and B, the risk assessment tool, which is the kind of main thing I wanted to talk about today, being able to give you that head start on risk assessments plus all the other information. Any particular questions that you have? I had a few yesterday, so yes, Laurie.
Is there something which reads a summary that's downloadable I can give to my local council? And person in the council having all the child safety rules and regulations picked up in a paper and scaffold, they want a copy of it?
All the what, sorry? Sorry, it's really hard to hear in this room. I've got a note here, please. Repeat the question to the Zoom, but I actually have to hear the question before I can repeat it. Is there a list of...
Is there a simple download that I can send to my local council of all the child safety rules and regulations now coming into force?
Not that I'm aware of. Not a simple. Simple doesn't seem to... For scouting, is there a simple that's... No. Give them a link to the website, yeah. Yes. Look, I think, so the question was, is the risk assessment tool appropriate for youth members? Look, it's not inappropriate, but for the younger ones, it'll be too complicated. But for older scouts, venturers, rovers, yes, it's fine. We're looking at something different for younger, like some kind of, it won't be a spreadsheet, but some kind of tool or something, or thought process for the more junior one. They get sent to you as a spreadsheet, and you can do them wherever you want. We don't keep the copies of them though, because well, I mean, that's not true. I actually do keep a copy of the one I sent you, but it's entirely up to you to modify it and change it to fit your activity. So we don't keep a copy of your modified one, so to speak. Maybe at some stage where everybody had a logging, then that might be an option. But at this stage where people don't, people tend to use their own personal accounts. I can't create a store that everybody can access to. Perhaps we could do it so that the group leaders only had it, but then that puts a lot of emphasis on the group leader account that will work for some groups but not for others. So at the moment it's entirely you fill it out and it sends you the information, and then you manage it from then onwards. Yep.
Is it publicly available?
It is publicly available. So that was a question about whether the risk assessment. So that page is publicly available. So anyone can go in and generate risk assessment. It could be a non-scouting person. I'm sure there'll be people from New South Wales and Queensland going and using it. But yeah, no, it's publicly available. Cool. Any other questions? Yeah, that's all right. So yesterday when I presented this, when I looked at 6 people had already run it by the time that I would, while I was giving the presentation. So I'm sure there's been a few people who've got in and run it. Yes, Frank? Sorry, I can't. Yeah, I have to talk a bit louder. The risk assessment, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to say it afterwards. No. So, so the question was when they developed their risk assessment and updated it, then they just forward it on to, yeah. So if it's a leader, a section leader, then you would forward it to the other leaders so that they know what risks they're talking about the measure. And then if your group leader is so inclined and wants to approve it, then that's up to them. I have discovered that not all groups have the same approval process for activities. So I might, whilst I'll say they should forward it to their group leader for approval, I know that not all groups do that, and not all districts do that, and yeah, well, that's a different question. I know there's another question. Does that answer the question? Yes. When? Okay. So is there guidance on when we use the risk assessment tool? So I will put a thing on guidance. So you should have a risk assessment for most of the activities that you do. That doesn't mean you do a risk assessment every time you do an activity, because a lot of the activities you do are the same thing, repeated over and over again. So you should just have one and then review it. But so I think if you're doing anything that's different to your normal process, then you need to generate a risk assessment. If you're doing something the same as your normal process, then hopefully you've already created one. So yes, there should be something in place. The first time you do it, you'll have to generate one, and then you just use the same one each time. That's what I advise. And then vary it if it changes. Any other questions? How am I doing for time? Am I giving you any time back? Yes, I've given you 5 minutes. No, is there a question? To prompt people to think about the risks. That'll be on so for things where, yes, on the spreadsheet, yeah. Well, it doesn't at the moment, but that's for some of the risks it will do. I've just tried to put the simple ones in, but some of them are a lot more complicated than just do this, just do that, and there'll be less information and more questions. So this is an evolving thing. So I'll wait to get, I don't have risk assessments for every activity, so because people haven't done a risk assessment, so we will get the information as it arrives. Any more? All right, well, thank you very much. If you've got any example risk assessments that you want to send me, please email them to me. Contact detail email is on that form, on that webpage. Everything else is now on that safety webpage, or if it's not today, it will be by next week. All right, thank you, everybody. Bye, everyone online.
While I just get my computer set up, stand up, get the jiggles out. 5-star jumps, I'm joking. No star jumps. Okay, I'm good.
You about to go? Charles,
Come and sit, please. Oh, it's just you guys. So our next topic today is child safety. Now, depending on the day that you've had, or the week that you've had, or the year that you've had, Sometimes child safety can be a confronting topic. Okay, that's completely fair. Yeah, do not stress. Just, you're allowed to leave. Yeah, you're allowed to pretend to go to the bathroom. No one will know if you're actually going to the bathroom or pretending. If you need to take a moment, please don't hesitate. You got to look after yourself first. Yeah, first rule of first aid, look after yourself first. Okay, so we are going to talk child safety, and there's going to be a whole bunch of messages here, some of which you'll have heard before, but this is a bit of a culmination of about 18 months of project work. First of all, I just wanted to touch base on my catchphrase, right? I wanted to share it with you today. Listen and support, document and report. So if you remember nothing else, when you are faced with an incident with young people, these are the 4 words that I want you to think about. So your first thing to do is to listen and support the young people or person, and then your second thing is to document and report it. Now, being really, really honest with you, at Scouts Victoria, we are incredible at listening and supporting. Absolutely incredible. We are not always that good at documenting and reporting. We are getting so much better. Yeah, but I just thought a nice snappy catchphrase might help people get that in their heads. So, as of the 1st of July this year, the Victorian government has announced, come into effect, the 11 new child safe standards. Yet prior to that, the 5 years prior to that, there were 7 child safe standards in response to the Royal Commission. So we went 7 and now we've got 11. Can anyone tell me what the 7 were beforehand? Great. That's completely okay. Did anyone feel a bit uh-oh in that moment? I do not expect you to know them. And my point is, I also don't expect you to know the 11. What I expect you to know and do is follow Scouts Victoria process and policy. We'll do that work, right? You need to know there are standards that dictate our work. You need to know the process and policy from there. Does that make sense? So the new standards has 4 main changes, and I find these really interesting, and I would like to share what I've found the 4 real big differences. And this is a maturity of child safety in the state of Victoria, right? This is their focus. First of all, the 7 standards from our first set of standards, they were very much focused on reactive. Something's happened, what are you going to do? Yep. The new standards are very much more focused on preventative, which is a great place to be. Yeah, let's prevent so we don't have to react. Number 2, there is a much bigger focus on young people with a vulnerability, and the definition of vulnerability has increased as well. Okay, so in the past standards, there were, it was cultural diversity and it was disability, but now it's been extended to a whole bunch of other vulnerable places, mental health, for instance, trauma, lots and lots of different aspects in there. There is a big focus on online environments, and if I could have an alternate world where COVID didn't happen, I'd be really interested in whether that focus was going to come out or not, if we didn't spend the last 2 years online. But we did, and so now there is a much stronger focus on online environments. And finally, and my favourite, there is a much bigger focus on youth empowerment. And that's my favourite because that's what we're good at. Yeah, this is what we do every day. So for that to be recognised in the child safe standards really tells us that we are on the right track. Yeah? So with that document and with a whole bunch of research and a partnership with Childwise, which is one of the leading child protection organisations in Victoria, we have made some changes. Some are updates and some are new, right? So here's the snapshot. So things that have been updated. Our risk assessment. And there's 2 pieces to this. One piece is our risk assessment with the Commission for Children and Young People. Some of you might have participated in this last year, but each member of the state leadership team took a team of our organisation and we did a risk assessment based on 4 categories. Situational risk, that's your standard risk assessment stuff, yeah? Organisational risk, what are we doing as an organisation to prevent harm occurring to young people? Vulnerability risk, what are we doing to prevent young people who have a vulnerability being harmed? And propensity risk. How are we stopping the people who have the propensity to harm? How are we stopping them in our organisation? So that was a big piece of work over the first 6 months of last year, and that has gone through to the Commission for Children and Young People, and it was probably the quickest tick we ever got from the CCYP, so that's fantastic. We have also updated our Child Safe poster, which I notice First Carrum Downs doesn't have one. We will put one up before we leave. And you might have seen these if you're at VicJam. We had 4 different designs and we got the kids to vote on which design they liked, and it was a tie between 2 different designs. So we printed them both. And so every Scout Hall will get 2 copies of the Child Safe poster. DCs, if you could pick them up from Chris sometime today before you go, take them back. They've all labelled, so hand them on to your groups who can then put them up in their hall, right? And these replace the feeling unsafe posters. Same words, updated language, updated phone numbers, etc., but you'll know exactly the one I'm talking about. We've updated some policies. Most of it is a language change, so just changing the language of the old standards into the new standards. The biggest change that you will see is that the Code of Conduct document is now the Adult Code of Conduct document. Nothing else has changed, but as you'll see in a minute, we're introducing youth codes of conduct and I needed to distinguish them. So Adult Code of Conduct, that's the biggest change. Our website is being updated with the standards and all our new documentation on that. Our Parents Guide, so you might not remember or even know that when somebody joins our organisation, their parents get an email with a document that's called the Parent and Caregiver's Guide to Scouting. And it's got, a page of language, what is Arcala kind of stuff, except we've updated that. Not only did we update that, we did 2 updates at once. We did the Child Safe update. We also updated for the new program. So we put terrain in there and things like that. Was that a question, Heidi? It's on the website. And we've also updated our standard operating procedures. So for instance, we now have a flowchart. When the Child Safe call comes in, right, we have a script, right? These are the 6 questions that need to be asked. And whoever answers the phone records those things. And then we have a flowchart about where those concerns go. And that depends on what type of concern it is. Now, we had that, but what we've actually done is put it on paper, check it. So we did that. We put that on paper in December last year, and then we've spent the last 6 months actually, every call that comes in, does it work? Just to make sure. There's no point putting something on paper if we're not actually going to use it. Just out of interest, I thought you might like to know the types of concerns. So I've been in this space, as of Thursday, it will have been 12 months that I've been working directly in the Child Safe space at Scouts Victoria. In case you don't know, this is the space I work in at my school, right? So unfortunately, I do a lot of the similar jobs. But these are the 6 types of concerns that we get on the phone or in email. The first one is a mental health concern. A young person is in danger of hurting themselves in that moment, or it's been reported to you or something like that, so a mental health concern. Really interestingly, in the last 6 months, these have been on the decrease for Scouts Victoria, getting these phone calls. Society is on the increase. So I'm not really sure why we're not seeing that. Don't know. Historical complaints, so things like redress and litigation and things that happened a long time ago, right? We sometimes get calls and emails through the Child Safe team about historical complaints. They go directly to John McGregor, our executive manager, and he manages those. The mental health concerns, right? they're dealt with by whoever's answering the phone. Right? That's not something that we say, yes, please hold the line, we'll come back to you in 48 hours. Those ones are dealt with right there and then there. The historical ones go to John McGregor. The next ones are our internal scouting adults. So when we get a report that says that a scout, a leader in a blue shirt, has done something that may or may not have happened or may not have caused harm to a young person in any way, right? Because when I say harm to a young person, I would imagine most of you think sexual harm, right? This is harm across the board. So an internal adult, that is automatically reportable conduct. Okay, it's not investigate and then report, it is automatically reportable conduct scheme. And that goes through to our manager of people and culture, and she manages our reportable conduct scheme. Her name's Kath. You probably haven't met her yet, she's relatively new, but I'm sure you'll meet her over time. We have a really strict process that we have to go through for reportable conduct, okay? And that's, for example, we have 3 business days to notify them of the complaint. So, and often, if you've got the complaint, you're actually considered Scouts Victoria. That clock starts ticking from when you got it, not from when I get it. Yep, that 3 days starts ticking. It could be, and we're talking child safe here, but it could be an adult external to scouting. Interestingly, in the last 6 months, these calls are on the rise. Yeah, we are getting more and more of these calls, which, while it's terrible that this stuff is happening to our young people, it's actually really amazing that they're coming to scouting and feeling comfortable and safe and supported by our leaders, that they can tell our leaders that something has happened. Yeah? So terrible on one hand, amazing that we provide that space for our young people. If we get this reported to us, and at the moment we're probably averaging about 2 a week, that's automatically a report to external authorities. Don't know which authority, it'll depend on what the complaint is, right? But automatically we just either help you pick up the phone, right? So if the disclosure has come to a leader, right, sometimes it's more appropriate that you make the call. We've got a script that will help you, or sometimes it's appropriate that we make the call. Yeah, but that's, if it's an adult external to scouting, we don't investigate, right? Not that we don't care, but we've got to get that to the people who need that. That's not us. And the last two, these are the ones that we are getting the most of, okay? And you can see the Category 3 and Category 4 there on the screen. I'm going to tell you a bit more about that in a second. But youth misbehaviour, yeah, versus youth child safe concerns. So misbehaviour is your low level, maybe a name was called, something that you would use as a teachable moment in your local unit. Yep. And your youth child safe concern, this is youth to youth, yep, is something that is above your pay grade, essentially. And I'll give you some examples, so don't stress if you don't know where that line is. Now, tricky bit. If one of these concerns involves external authorities, right, which quite a few of these do, and by external authorities, the 3 most common authorities are Victoria Police, Child Protection, or the Commission for Children and Young People. Generally, if I have to involve external authorities, I'm not allowed to tell you that I've done that. I'm not allowed to tell you that we don't have the case anymore, it's with VicPol. So it feels like nothing is happening. You're ringing me saying, Daniela, what's going on? And I'll say, stuff is happening and you have to trust me. We had a case recently, and I say it's not actually that recent, but we have had a case since I have been DCC where it took 8 months for VicPol to give us permission to tell people that it was with VicPol. 8 months. That's the extreme case, yeah, but I'm just asking you to not only understand that, but help your leaders understand that, yeah, because parents and leaders are obviously, they're frustrated. They want to know what's going on and they want it fixed yesterday, Yep. But once I've got those external agencies in, I'm actually usually not even allowed to tell you that they're involved. There comes a point where I am, but not anything more. And then there comes a point where I can tell you more. Yeah, but it's really challenging. So that's the stuff that's been updated. Yep. Here's the new stuff. Yep. So first of all, Scouts Victoria has developed a response to the new standards. We've had a project officer, Chris, who's up the back. Chris has been working on our response. He's also a volunteer Scout leader. All the best employees are. No offence to anyone who's not, sorry. We have developed a response of how Scouts Victoria and how Scouting meets the standards. Yeah, it's just a lazy 55-page document with, I think at last count, we had 52 appendices. Yep, and you have to think about it. This document is going to the Commission for Children and Young People. They don't know what a patrol is. Yeah, they don't know the Scout method or any of that. So it goes right back to the basics. Yep. So we will publish that. It's in the editing stage. Yeah, Chris and I aren't the best at the English language. Yep. So we've sent that off to be proofread for our language at the moment. That's where it is. When that's ready, we will publish to the Commission. We will also publish a version for you, probably not with all the attachments about what is the patrol standards. Yeah, cool. We've also developed some new policies and processes. So you may have been involved with Childwise and the forums last year. You were lots of leaders were invited to participate in a survey or a forum. Lots of parents participated and lots of young people participated. So that was an 8-month partnership between Scouts Victoria and Childwise to develop our peer-to-peer harmful behaviour process. Yeah, because what we're finding is that we are seeing much more peer-to-peer, youth-to-youth, than we are of adults to youth. Yeah, seeing much more young people to young people, right? So they've helped us to design a process to prevent and to respond. So that's coming out. That's also in the editing phase. You can really tell I'm a maths teacher when we get to the editing phase of documents like this. We have a bullying policy that's in governance at the moment, a diversity and inclusion policy, and also a complaints policy, all in with governance at the moment, being ratified and doing all that stuff. Another new piece is the agendas, right? So you have meetings where you hold an agenda. Yep, and I hope you are meant to have on your agenda any child safe concerns, any workplace health safety concerns. Yep. If you don't, do it, right? So 95% of the time, I reckon, when you say that, does anyone have any child safe concerns to report? Crickets, and you move on? Yeah. Really, it's not the place to report a concern. It's there on the agenda for a reason, and it's a good reason. We want child safety to be at the forefront of everything we do. Yeah, we want to be always thinking about that. And so we're giving you another option. Rather than just putting it out there and saying, does anyone have a concern? We have made a resource that gives you a discussion starter. Yeah, so you can have a discussion in this meeting rather than just a one sentence. Now, the resource that we're about to give you, we're going to trial it with you, okay? And I've got one for you guys as well. So the resource has a discussion starter, a question. Here's the one that we're giving to our online people. Just a conversation that you might have in your meeting, and then we're giving you the answer as well. All right, so that one of the things that I think DCs in particular, they don't want to have this conversation because they don't know what the answer is and they don't want to screw it up. Great, I get it. I appreciate you not screwing it up, but how about I give you the answer so that you are informed? And then also attached to that are also resources that you might go through. Yeah, so what we're going to do is Chris has some agenda pieces and they are stapled. The discussion starters are on the outside. In 2 or 3s, have a chat about the discussion starter, and when you're ready, When you think you've answered the discussion, pull it open, the answer's in the inside. You can tell I'm a school teacher when I do things like that. Cool. Team, virtual team, this is your question. Cara Barker is going to post the answer for you. Yep, let's chat. Okay, team. Yeah, if you haven't, I'll give you 1 more minute to open the answer if you haven't already. Okay. Some great comments and some great feedback, yeah? The rights of the child, that can be a really challenging one, expecting you to know that the treaty that Australia's signed up to, like, all of it is It's about keeping the conversation going. Yeah, every time we have a child-safe conversation, we are increasing the knowledge of the people we're talking to. Yeah, we're making that front of mind of our adults, and that's what we're trying to do. Now, there are, in the resource that you will get, there are 12 options. So you've seen one today. There are 12 options because your group of leaders might be brand new. You might need to do a really easy one. Yeah, or you might have some leaders who've been around a long time and you want to challenge them with the rights of the child question. Yeah, or you might have had an incident, right? You might have realised that something's happened on the weekend and your leaders don't actually know too deep leadership. Yeah, so you might choose to do that one. We are not dictating, right? And if you want to just have, does anyone have any child safe concerns to report? You're ticking the compliance box. Yeah, that is the compliance. If you want to go a bit further and develop your leaders, then this might be a tool. We'll keep adding to these as we go. Other new things? Frank. Yeah, so the question was about having a soft copy. The whole resource will be on soft copy. I printed them out so you could experience what I was trying to explain. The whole resource will be soft copy. We had some feedback yesterday and I'm happy for feedback from you guys today as well. And we will edit over the next week and it will be in Be Informed the first week of September. Yeah, and it will always stay a digital copy. We won't be printing these, but because that means we can update. If we're seeing a particular type of concern and we'd like to give you some feedback or solutions on that, we'll just add it to that format as well. Yeah, good question. Some other new stuff that is coming out, right? There are more posters. So the poster that is the child safe poster, that is compliance. We are required to have that by the child safe standards. It is a requirement, okay? But we actually think there are some other posters that we could use, and we have a team of young people working with us on those, right? There is one more that we need for compliance, and that's around online safety. And at the moment, we think it looks something like, if you wouldn't say it to your grandmother, don't post it online, kind of concept. But we also, the young people have been talking about looking after your friends, yeah, and just being your best self, those messages. So we're creating a set of posters that you can print, download, do whatever you want to do with. We are also, and this is our unit code of conduct, this is where we're heading now. This is part of our peer-to-peer harmful behaviours process. So we are introducing unit codes of conduct. In my opinion, 80% of units already have one. Yeah, can you tell me really how many cub units, packs, are you walking into on the first night of term that don't do a reminder about the behaviours? Yeah, they do it, right? That's absolutely fine. Let's help them do it in a better way. Yeah, and let's actually build our skills. So the programs that we're working on at the moment give people skills and resources to do the unit code of conduct in a way that's not just, right, everyone sit in a circle, what do you think? Yeah? So games that you can play, activities you can do that help you build your code of conduct. Yep. Now this year, we are asking by the end of this year, all units have a code of conduct on display in the hall. Yep, that's it. That's all we're asking for. I can see people nodding because I know people already have this. Now by unit, I need to clarify that this is under 18 units. This doesn't actually cover, technically, Rover Scouts. I see the Rovers all eyeing me. Technically, the Rovers are covered under the adult code of conduct, right? But there's no reason why they can't go through this process as well and talk about the types of behaviours. No reason why they can't do that. Jessie. They're covered by the code of conduct for an adult, yeah, but they're venture a unit because it's not about the people, it's about the unit. So the unit will still have a code of conduct. I just can't go again. Louder for me. Yeah, that's a different plan. Yeah, so how are we teaching our 18-year-old venturers when they turn 18 that they actually now come under a different set of rules? 100%. We're working on, it's taking us a little bit of time, a training course, yeah, for all of our 18-year-old venturers and our 18-year-old rovers, right? When you turn 18, the rules of the game change. Whether you like it or not, they change, the law changes. What does that mean for them? Yeah, it's definitely, and it's a hole. There's a hole in the system when the age ranges changed. Yeah, we need to fill it. Good point. Next year, we're going to step it up. So all units will have a code of conduct that includes the categories of behaviour that I'm about to teach you in their hall. And people who have skills and feel comfortable to teach these categories of behaviour or to get the youth empowered to do this themselves should absolutely go and do it in whatever way they are most comfortable in. If you have a new leader or you have a leader who would like some support and some help, that's where the programs come in. Yeah, we are not dictating that the programs are run. Some leaders are really good at this and some leaders aren't, right? This is a resource. What's not a resource is that by the end of next year, all of our codes of conduct will be in categories of behaviour. So the first category of behaviour is category 1, and this is behaviours that we want to see. And my prediction is that our leaders will find this one of the most challenging to work through. The kids find this really easy, but I wonder whether our leaders will find it hard, because when we think code of conduct, we think about things you shouldn't do. Yeah, this is actually the positive stuff. Let's reinforce the positive stuff. Yeah. We like it when the kids show respect to each other. We like it when the kids cheer each other on. That sort of stuff. Category 2, behaviour that is sometimes okay. For example, a hug is sometimes okay and sometimes not okay. So we're having that conversation with our young people that sometimes the behaviour is not okay. It's that magical consent conversation without using the word consent. So our venturers, in the program for venturers, which is being developed by venturers, by the way, yep, that might have the tea video that you might have seen, consent using a cup of tea. We're not showing that to our Joey Scouts, yeah? The Joey Scouts, when I've trialled this program at First Nunawading recently, and I'd forgotten how hard it was to be a Joey Scout leader, absolutely. But for them, the conversation turned to that there's a kid in their unit that doesn't like high fives. And that's okay, he doesn't have to give high fives. It's about saying, can we high five? Rather than just high fiving their face, I think. Yep, so it's about having those conversations. Category 3, so this is the behaviour that is inappropriate. This is your local level stuff, this is your teachable moment. All right, so a kid has said something to another kid, yep, that's not on. All right, there might have been an occasion of, someone's pushed somebody else. Stuff like that, your local level can deal with that. Right, that's the conversation that you have and you sit down and say, how did it make you feel when X called you stupid? How did you feel? Right, are we all friends now? Shake hands and move on, right? Category 4 though, this is the behaviour that is harmful or unsafe. Now this is why the project with Childwise went so long. It's because we spent a lot of time arguing about whether we needed Category 3 and Category 4. All right? And they're saying that you don't. All of those behaviours are not on. You just tell the kids they're not on. Right? I'm saying that we do. Because one of the holes, I think, in our training or our knowledge is when you need to contact somebody higher. This is the difference. So Category 3 behaviour, and I promise we've got lots of resources coming your way that will describe Category 3 behaviour. I'm not expecting you to just be able to pick that up. Category 3 behaviour is dealt with at the local level with support. Yeah, you might have brand new leaders who've never done it before. Category 4 behaviour must be reported to Scouts Victoria. It might not necessarily be dealt with by Scouts Victoria. We've had one during the week that was dealt with by the group, because they had the skills to do it. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. We can have that conversation. But I'm not expecting you to be an expert in what the law around age of consent is, about what the child safe standards are, or what the law says anywhere. I'm not expecting you to know that. That's why I have paid employees. I'm expecting them to know it. I know it, the child safe team knows it. Let us help you. So let me give you a bit more examples, a few more examples. So category 4 behaviour would be behaviour that is making somebody feel unsafe or uncomfortable. We've had an incident earlier this year where I thought it was category 3, right? It was a simple youth to youth pushing episode, and I was like, right, we're done, right? The group has dealt with it. They've reported it to us. Something has happened somewhere, somehow. One of those young people is now too scared to go back to Scouts. Once that's happened, it's now category 4. Yeah, that now needs to be reported to us, because somehow, some way, what we thought was a simple push is not. Anything violent or sexual, I'm not expecting you to know those laws. Anything that's possibly illegal, yeah, I'm not expecting you to know any of the laws. If you think it skates on that borderline, cool. Yeah, it's 4. If you have any concern to do with an adult, it doesn't matter what, actually it does matter. Don't give me your category 1s about an adult, that's really good. But if it's a category 3 or a category 4 and it involves an over 18, we have to know about that. And if it's persistent or repeated, category 3. So if you think you've dealt with it in your local level, so go back to your push, right? And you've sat the kids down and said the push is not acceptable, move on. And then that one kid keeps doing it, and doing it, and doing it, and doing it, report that to us. Yep. Finally, if you're not sure, just call. Yeah, just call. We'll answer the phone. Yeah. The phone number is 24/7, manned all the time. Business hours, it's manned by the office and the staff. Not business hours, it's manned by volunteers. Call. Yeah. If it's not an emergency, don't call at 2 a.m. You laugh, Faye, but people do. Yeah. So this is your category 4 stuff, okay? I get that this is a really, it's a bit of a new idea about dividing these behaviours up. I promise there is more training. I promise that I'm not expecting you to know this after today. Yeah, lots and lots of resources. Craig, you have to come here so you can speak on the microphone.
All I was going to say is that nothing's urgent enough for a 2 a.m. phone call.
I'm going to disagree with you, but one a year. So I am very, very grateful that I don't work in historical child safe complaints at Scouts Victoria. Very, very grateful. First of all, there's enough work for me to do in current child safe complaints, but also that could get very dark, very ugly. But one of our learnings that we have found out of that, right, and that I want to share that with you, is that if you are a representative of Scouts Victoria, and if you know something, the law actually deems that Rod knows that too. If you know something, you are one of us. The law says we knew it too. Even if you've never reported it, we've had cases recently in court, unfortunately, a leader knew and let it go. Didn't say anything. 30 years ago, not now, but therefore a leader knew, Scouts Victoria knew. It's a bit of a challenging one. Never assume someone else has reported it. If it's not urgent, right, if you don't need to talk to someone, there is a form and there's an email address. And you can I would much rather get 6 emails from the same incident, right, than none. In our, before when I said we'd updated our responder stuff, in that order of things now, there is an email that goes out to the GL, DC and RC that says, we have been advised of an incident here, right? So then you know it's been reported. Yep. If you don't have that email, you should not assume that it's been reported. So finally, what do you need to do from here? Yep. So first of all, continue what you're doing, right? You guys, I know, have child safety, physical, sexual, any type of abuse. You have it front of mind and you are doing really well. And all we want to do is give you more tools to do your job even better. Put up your new posters or give them out to your groups to put up your new posters. We're hoping to see them up by the end of the year. All units need a code of conduct on display by the end of the year. And report if you're unsure. Yeah, that's it. And in case you didn't have them, there's your child safe number. Of course, it's in your phone. If it's not, put it in there before you go to lunch. Should be a condition of your sausage. Show me the phone number. And the child safe email one. Yeah? At this point, we're going to do something a bit more lighthearted than child safety. I'm not going to do questions because I'm out of time. If you have, please come and talk to me. Also, because questions of this nature are generally very specific. Yeah, and I don't want anyone to be sharing stuff. But Frank, I believe that I need to ask you to come forward at this point anyway. And I'm not doing this, so I hope Craig's coming back.
I can ask you a question.
Yeah, go on.
What's the boundary between, hello? What's the boundary between adult and child in the category 2 when the unit puts their thing and hug?
That's all right, I'll repeat it, it's
I'll
good.
start again. What's the boundary in category 2 where the unit puts their code of conduct together, and let's use hugging as an example, where an adult shouldn't be hugging a child if the unit is you can hug with permission? Does that,
any adult is not impacted, so this is about whether the unit code of conduct, all right, so the unit code of conduct never, ever supersedes the adult code of conduct. So what we expect of adults, it does not matter if a unit says, actually, it's okay for an adult to do X, it's not, right? The adult code of conduct supersedes everything else.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Over to Craig.
Thank you, Daniela. We have a new member of the People and Culture team, and I thought it would be really nice to invest Frank into the People and Culture team. He has the longest title in the world, which is Assistant State Commissioner, People and Culture, Adults. So, and I've got AJ here to help me out. So, you want to start off with Frank? Do you want to come forward? And AJ? And hi, AJ. Off you go.
Can you repeat the promise for me?
So everyone stand and make a scout sign, please.
I'm not going to repeat it back.
You can move the paper if you need to.
I'm doing it backwards. On my honour, I promise that I will do my best to do my duty to my God and the Queen of Australia, to help other people and to keep the Scout law.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please thank AJ for us. You can have your own, okay? Also, Frank gets a certificate that says he's an adult appointment, as there it is, the longest title in the world. Yeah. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And also a name tape to say that you're part of the Victorian State team now. Now I'll hand over to the boss.
And now, Frank, I'm sorry, but you get delegated to the state team as a key support member to help our adults on their journey. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
It's lunchtime. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
All right. Hi, gorgeous people. How are we? Smiling, happy, fed, watered? Thank you to the Carrum Downs Scouts for feeding and watering you all today. So a big clap for them. Quick intro for you all. Some of you will know me, some of you won't. My name's Lisa Picking. I'm the Assistant Chief Commissioner Program Strategy. I was youth. Oh, I'm getting waving hands. Okay. Sure. So, yes, Program Strategy, Assistant Chief Commissioner of Program Strategy. Diana Swift did this presentation yesterday, and I'm doing it today, so we're sharing this little bit. But I'm looking after the strategy component of the program. So, as you will be well aware, we've been on a 10-year journey or so introducing our current youth program, and many units, leaders, groups have come a long way since then. We're seeing more badges on uniforms, youth participating in a much broader range of activities and major events, and much more alignment as well, which is fantastic. So all doing a brilliant job. There are plenty of resources available, and we've had webinars, we've had regional workshops, on-demand training, dissemination of information through Be Informed, district training meetings, and so much more. So we've come a really, really long way, and there's a heap of information out there, team. However, we do know there are still a few parts that are yet to get on board, or maybe not as far progressed as they may like to be, we may like them to be. So our focus is helping us all move along together and achieve the program together. So activities will work on identifying these individuals, units and groups, and we're supporting them to make that step, and we're asking our district and region colleagues to do the same. If they don't make the next step, it's actually our youth members that are disadvantaged, because this is the program. There's no alternative. We're on this, and it's actually the youth that miss out on those opportunities. So, and eventually completing their peak awards as well. So we'd love for our groups to work together to ensure this success, help each other out, have each other's backs, etc. And yeah, make it really core for our youth. We're asking for your support, we're asking for your feedback. We're going to be looking at the data that we have on this engagement so we can tell the story. And hopefully that will give us a bit more of a picture of where we're at and where we need to get to be. So hopefully that all makes sense. We'll go through some of that stuff today. All right, I'm going to crack on to the presentation and give you something to look at other than myself. So the program strategy component, we started in July. The first phase of it is a bit of fact-finding, scene setting, meeting everyone where they're at, getting an understanding of maybe where some of the gaps are, what's the stuff we're doing really well, those kind of things. And then we'll go through the rest of the 12 months until June next year, where there's a bit of a reset and a review process, because we fully anticipate that what we're doing now will need to look different in 12 months' time because people will be further down the track, right? So that's a slightly different, we'll commit to this 12 months, we'll have a little reset, and then we'll do another 12 months if that's what needs be. There's the three streams, if you like. So we're looking at a really strong youth focus and working with our youth members. We're working with our adults to help deliver it. And then we've got some internal opportunities that we want to make the best of as well. It's all underpinned by data. So this first 4 months you'll see in the next slide really is talking about pulling the data that we have either in extra, attendance at various workshops and events and things to understand who's doing what, who's done what, who's had exposure to, program resources and things like that, and maybe who hasn't stuck their hand up or hasn't been to something that might need a little bit more support, let's say that. And it's really using the resources that are available. As I said, we might find some gaps where we do need to invent something, but we've got a plan for that further down the track. To give you a bit of an idea, that's, hopefully most of you can see that, that's the quarters that we're working to. So we've got the review and reset down the bottom, which admittedly is only sort of 1 to 2 months, depending on how we go. But we've got the fact-finding and scene setting, as I said, meeting people where we're at, the continued action, pilots and evaluation, so having a bit of a feel about what is working, what are our sections doing, what are our districts and regions doing, what are the groups themselves are doing that's working and is helpful. Maybe we can spread it to more people. And then tweaking maybe what's not, or changing things that exist so that they do respond to certain needs that we've got. Then next year you'll see February to May is really around that empowerment and ownership, so getting people excited and owning the program themselves if they're not already. And then that review and reset, which I've already touched on. The youth stream, again, what do they need to embrace or succeed in the program? What are the things that we might have missed, or maybe some areas have missed? Maybe they have a gap of knowledge that we can help them fill. Adults, what do you need to support our youth to embrace and succeed in the program? And those, as I said, those other opportunities that we can bring people along for the journey on. So the data, I touched on this one as well, team. This is a little bit of some historical data. We're going back through Extranet, some of those YPR workshops you attended back in the day, some of you. We are going back that far to try and see who were the early adopters or who were the early ones who were interested. But we're also looking at things like district training meeting attendance, people who have been attending the OAS showcases. If you haven't already, plug for that work, it's absolutely brilliant. So get in touch with Scott Matthews, he's running a great gig out there. Peak award statistics, badge purchase data, we're trying to leave no stone unturned to really paint a picture of where we're at, and that will give us a really good idea of where we want to be. Because at the moment, there's no hard and fast data around where we're at. So that's part of building that picture. As I said, where are we? Where do we want to be? So resources. As I said, this program strategy isn't about creating more stuff necessarily. It's about using what we've got, tweaking it, changing it, filling gaps if we don't have something that responds to something, to a need, and continuing what works. We know that there's some great examples. Those of you who are aware of the Winter Gathering event that the Venturers ran not too long ago, they had a really great opportunity for kids to transition their badges over and things. So that was a really good opportunity for them to get hands-on, understand where they were in the program. So we would love to be able to do that again if that's what's needed. So that thing already exists. We don't have to make that up. Retiring what needs to be. So maybe there's some stuff that we started early days that maybe isn't quite working for us anymore. We've moved past that knowledge point, and having the conversation and saying, look, what purpose does that serve? Maybe it's best served, in the back pages. We can come to it maybe if we need to, having a real look at some of those things. We've already touched on this, team, plugging gaps, responding to needs, and maybe delivering in a different way. That's where we're at the moment. These are some of the resources. So some of the things, there's some youth-focused Q&A sessions. There's some pilots that we're going to be running, because that is something that we've had a little bit of feedback from our young people, that they feel like in some cases they're not getting the information directly to them. So we're going to try and do that. The campaign AFCI we'll come back to shortly. Region program workshops, some of you may have already participated in some of those or have some planned. We know there's some coming up. The on-demand modules, some of the new on-demand modules are absolutely brilliant, team. If you haven't had a chance to go through them, please do. And that also links back to the campaign ACFI. It's not the nicest, easiest to say acronym, but that's okay. And then, as I said, the OAS Showcases is a really great opportunity. Some of the program resources for parents, there's a bit of a gap with some parents' knowledge, how they can best support our young people to continue on their program journey. So there's a few bits and pieces there you can see, and there'll be more information across the year as these things come out. Now, on to the campaign. So this is adventurous, fun, challenging and inclusive. You might remember some of this stuff. And it's open to all uniformed adults. There's 3 levels at this stage. So the first level is completing the Scouting Essentials and the Scouting Adventure on Demand modules, all those applicable to the role. So there's definitely the essentials, but if you don't need to have the adventure for your role, then that may not be applicable for you. Level 2 is the completion of the district training meeting discussions and activities, which we'll talk about in the next slide. And then level 3 is a little bit TBA. We're waiting for National just to confirm exactly what's happening in that space. But there is absolutely at least 2 levels for every adult. if you're interested. There'll be a badge awarded, and I get to show you that badge today. It hasn't been produced yet, but I can show you what it will look like. And it mimics the milestone badges of our youth members. So it's a bit of an extension of our program for our adults. It can be worn on the uniform, and it's assessed by your team leader or district leader. So team, the thing to remember here is you don't want to be cutting corners and just, you know, ticking the boxes. This is for you to be able to support our young people as best as you can and provide the support that they deserve as well. So, talking about these district training meeting discussions and activities, they're coming out really soon. I'm not quite sure exactly what date, but they've been reviewed and you know, edited very thoroughly. So there's 10 different topics and they cover different aspects of the program. Again, we're not reinventing the wheel here, team, if we can possibly avoid it. We're pulling together all the resources that are currently available into one convenient location. It's for use in a training meeting context and to promote discussion. So that's why we're sort of saying if maybe you're not having district training meetings, it might be a good idea to get them started or get them started more regularly. Because these things are designed to be done in a group environment with some discussion and questioning and how do you do this, and look, I've been mulling this over, what would you do in this situation? Again, trying to pull on some of that group and district support. And it's been developed and reviewed by quite a cross-section of people too, so hopefully we've covered most of the bases and we're pretty much ready to go there. So they're really handy, really easy to use, lots of links. And again, it shouldn't be stuff that you haven't seen before in most cases. It's just bringing it all together so you've got it in the one location. Now, that is pretty much what they're going to look like. So hopefully level 1, the light bulb's on, you've got the information through the modules, and then you've got your little jumping for joy because you're having your district training meetings, right? That's fine. Really exciting. So they will be able to be worn on your uniforms, team, and that's pretty much what they'll look like. That's our contact details. I've left a fair bit of time for questions. So, what questions are there?
Are these available things sent to us?
The district training meeting resources. So. Oh, the slides, I think. Are the slides available?
In the room is near impossible. You speak softly and very quickly, then the word delivered.
Yeah, sure. Happy to send them to you. Thank you for the feedback. I'm sorry, Frank? Are the resources available? This slide pack? And the answer is yes. Oh, sorry. What will the 10 topics of the district training meetings be? I can get back to you on that. I don't know them off the top of my head. But essentially it's chunking the program down into 10 topics. So it's things like essentials, SIAs, OAS. So it covers a significant portion of the program in each topic. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So the question was, is there a bit of a push to get the some of the leaders who maybe haven't done some training for a little while to do some of the new modules? And the answer is absolutely. So that's what level 1 will respond to. So we'd really like as many leaders as possible, particularly to engage with those Scouting Essential modules online. And a lot of those have been redone as well, so they're interesting. They should be different from the first time you saw them. Yeah, that's great.
Who's responsible for presenting those badges?
So that will the question was who's responsible for presenting those badges? That will be either the team leader or the district commissioner, district leader. Yeah.
So is that automatically going to be done through our e-learning modules or online?
So the first level, the question was, will that be automatically done? I'm not very good at that, sorry team. Will the modules be, will it be automatically done, assessed through? So the level 1, it is a little bit easier because obviously we can see when you complete a module. But that's where I was talking a little bit of that honesty system in the district training meetings to make sure that you have ticked off, you've done the topics and really discussed them. That's where the team leader or the district commissioner will come into, or district leader in those circumstances will come into some of those discussions. Yeah. But ultimately, as I said, you don't want to be just ticking it off. It's a bit like an I can statement. You might be able to in that very minute, but can you next week when a scout asks you a question about the program? So it's about some of that retention of knowledge as well. Yes, Frank. So the question was, will it be different to what a GL or a DC is doing to a scout leader or someone in the program space? So the Scouting Essentials is available to anybody, as is the modules. So any of the modules are available to anybody. So we would really love that the program support leaders in particular get into that space and get the knowledge that they may be looking for. But equally, the resources were developed with district training meetings in mind, but if adventurous activity spaces wanted to also go through those resources, nothing to stop them, and that's where the team leader would come into that. Yeah. In fact, we'd love it if all our teams did it, whether it was AA or performing arts or whoever it is. Yeah. Any other questions, team? I'm hanging around until the end of the day, so if you do have any questions, feel free to come up and have a chat. Otherwise, that's my contact details and Diana's contact details. The resources are brilliant, so please have a bit of a click around, have a bit of a chat to the people around you and the groups around you, and yeah, really wrap your arms around each other. Having a HDMI or yes?
Before we start, I need to clarify what I said before lunch because it didn't come out very well, as you may have noticed. So when I talked about there's nothing more urgent, there's nothing urgent for a 2 o'clock phone call in the morning, that's not entirely true. Sometimes if you need support in child safe issues or anything like that, of course you can call, of course you can get that support. What I was trying to say to you is, if it's really urgent, then you should be calling emergency services, not the child safe line. And if you can hold off till the next day, that's great. But if you can't, of course it's a 24-hour call line, so please make sure that you call for support. I'm not saying please don't call support at 2 a.m. in the morning. That's what we're there for. So that's what you get when you get thrown at the front without, it was just a throwaway line, so I do apologise if I passed the wrong message on there. I know it came out wrong. As soon as I was saying it, I knew it came out wrong, but I hope you can appreciate what I'm saying to you. Today I'm going to introduce to you one of the most exciting things I think we've done in the last couple of hours. Individual adult volunteer plans. Now we can look at this in two ways. We can look at this as, oh, geez, state have given us more work. It's actually a national program. So national have given us more work to do. It's, these guys in ivory towers, they write these policies and things and they just throw them down on us. Or we can look at this as a real development opportunity to engage our leaders. This is about our adult leaders, so it's about engaging our adult leaders. Sure. I've got to move this one closer though. So what I was saying was, if you can look at this as an opportunity to help our leaders, engage our leaders, develop our leaders, give them something, give them some purpose, or we can look at it as more work. So either way is the way you look at it. So this came about because of the adult development plans. So we did a review at a national level a couple of years ago on the adult development plans, and we found that they weren't being used consistently. We all knew they were there, but they just weren't being used because there was no structure around it, there was no purpose around it. We found that many leaders didn't have them, and we also found that they weren't used in a positive way. They were used for, you've got an issue, we need to fix this issue, therefore it's like if you were in the workplace, it'd be a performance plan or some sort of performance improvement plan. That's what they were used for. Each plan usually stood alone, so if you had a couple of plans, they didn't connect to each other. They were usually for isolated incidents that we would work through. And it also quite often didn't work on developing other roles you might have, because we've all got one or two roles, haven't we? There's not many people out there with just that one role. So it works that way as well. It also had to improve the linkages to the mutual obligations, the code of ethics and the code of conduct, the role statement, the training plans, and of course those adults in scouting standards as well. So that all of those things had changed over the years, but the adult development plan hadn't changed with those, so it was about bringing them into line with all that stuff as well. So we created a plan, a process that involves 4 phases. Now you can look at that and go, wow, that's a lot of phases, but it's quite a simple process which I'll go through in a moment. So phase 1 is for new leaders. Phase 1 is about helping and supporting our new leaders to get to that certificate of proficiency stage. We'll launch that on Thursday, so any new leader that registers as of Thursday will receive the phase 1 plan to help and assist with them with their training and what their training pathway is. The idea is they sit down with their group leader or their unit leader and they go through the plan for what they're going to do to get that certificate of proficiency for that training. Phase 2, once you get that certificate of proficiency, you then move on to phase 2 to help you get through to that wood badge stage. Now we know that takes time, but we think that if we've got a plan in place that will help us help more people get through to that wood badge stage and be able to work through that. Phase 3 is for leaders who are fully trained up to the wood badge stage, and that is an annual thing where we can sit down with our leaders and we can say, okay, what do you need to focus on what would you like to focus on for the next 12 months? So you can see it's not a review, it's not what we did for the last 12 months and how everything went, it's about looking to the future and saying, what would you like to focus on for the next 12 months? And that might be better programming, that might be I want to learn abseiling, I want to do canoeing. It might be I just want to develop my relationship with the parents better. Whatever it is, it's about that individual coming to their team leader and saying, this is what I would like to focus on over the next 12 months. And we're not talking about 25 different goals, we're talking about 1 or 2. Really 1 or 2 over the 12 months, just to help I guess a bit of purpose and also have a bit of engagement by the leaders into the group so they can see the future and they can see where they're heading. The phase 4 plan is where there's an issue in the unit or within the group where you sit down with someone and say, we really need to improve this, you're not performing as well, and again you can relate that back to a workplace performance plan. It's not as structured and the consequences aren't necessarily as severe, but it's a plan to sit down with someone and say, all right, this is not working for us as a group or for you as a leader, what do we need to do to bring it in and make it work a lot better? So as of the 1st of September, all leaders, returning leaders, and also leaders changing roles will receive the phase 1 document, which I will show you in a moment, which is really just a checklist of this is what you need to do. This is the discussion I've had with my unit leader, group leader, let's call them a team leader to make it easier. And that's, I know what I need to do to get to my certificate of proficiency. And then by the 1st of February, we're hoping that all leaders will have some sort of plan in place, whether it's a phase 1, phase 2, or a phase 3 plan, so that we can move through that. And I'll give you the reason why we've taken so long for that in a moment when I go through how we're going to implement this. So any training flow charts reflect the change, and Morris is going to go through some of those later on, and you'll see where that comes into it. The pathways incorporate that cycle. We've done some online sessions with DLATs, some group leaders. We can always do extra online sessions for anyone if you need a bit more information, a bit more training in it. But there's also going to be a lot of articles in Be Informed. Starting this week, we'll have an introduction to the whole program and what's going to happen with phase 1. And then over the coming months, when we launch phase 2, phase 3, then there'll be more information about how that works as well. And it's also linked to the on-the-job process, which again, Morris will talk about in a moment. But also, we can't get everything right. I don't get everything right, as you saw a bit earlier. I don't get things right all the time. So if you've got feedback, if you've got any ideas on how the process can be improved, please, I really would like to hear from it because I want to make this work really well for everybody. So let's have a look at the forms. So they're online forms. individual adult volunteer plan phase 1, as I've said to you, is about the new leader coming in, having a conversation with the team leader and about what they need to do. I know it's really hard to see on the screen, I apologise for that. You'll get this slide as part of the package for the day, but it really is just a checklist. You know, I've got a copy of my role description, I know what the Code of Ethics and the Code of Conduct is, and I commit to complete my training requirements by such and such date. Now, it's not a contract, it's a plan. So if they don't get to that date, that's okay. You just renegotiate a new date with them. But it's not a contract, so don't, even though we sign it at the bottom, it's not, we're going to hold you to this, and if you don't do it, then you're gone. That's not what it's about. It's about giving someone some focus and something to look forward to, or look through, to refer back to, basically, and say, hey, this is what I've committed to. And then on the back of it is something that looks like this. It's not this particular plan, because I haven't quite worked out how to put them onto the display yet, but they'll be in the package, is about what their plan looks like to get to that certificate of proficiency. You've got one for the youth program leader on the left, and you've got one for the program support leader on the right. Phase 2, as I said earlier, is between that certificate of proficiency and that wood badge stage. Now, I will say this, there's nothing to stop you doing one of the phase 3 plans during this phase as well. There's nowhere on this part of the document to write any goals down or anything. I wouldn't do goals for phase 1 because someone's just walked into a group, they're not really going to know what their goals are. Basically, their goal needs to be trained. But between certificate of proficiency and wood badge, they're getting a better idea of what's going on, what they'd like to do. So it's okay to set down some goals for that as well, but making sure that there's a focus on working towards that wood badge training as well. And then phase 3. Now on the back of this, and it's not on the display, on the back of this there's a space to write some goals down. And you can work that, and as an individual, you work that out with your leader, and that can be your reference point for the year. So we're updating emails. So the email for the new leaders will be updated this week to say, here's your individual adult volunteer plan. You need to sit down with your group leader or unit leader to talk about the plan and what you need to do, what your commitments are throughout the next 12 months or so. Other actions that we need to confirm. So we're launching it through the state, and this is part of the launch. We've already launched it with the region commissioners, and most of the region commissioners have their own plan in place. They've sat down with Wombat and developed their own plan. The next stage is for them to come down to the district commissioners and do the same thing. Have a talk about it and develop a plan with the district commissioners. Then the district commissioners can go into their teams and do the plans, but also go to their group leaders. And this is why we're giving it to the 1st of February, because we need some time for that to cascade down. So the district commissioners can then go to the group leaders in their district and sit down, give a bit of an explanation about the process, but having lived it, you can then do a plan with the group leaders as well, and then they can move it onto their teams after that. There's a focused communication to region commissioners and district commissioners. Thus far, that's been with region commissioners. That will start becoming with district commissioners as of this week. There'll be articles in Be Informed, as I said earlier. Accessing the plans, haven't quite finalised that yet. It'll be on the website somewhere, but I want to make it easy to find. Not like a lot of our forms that are very complex and difficult to find. I want to make this one a bit easier to find. And I see Andrew smiling because he might have to help me. And where do we store the plans? The plan is to store them on extranet, to download it to extranet, and there'll be like where the 3-year review is. I'm working on the 3-year review and turning that into a 1-year development rather than a 3-year review. And then where you tick off the 3-year review, you'll tick that off as the phase 3 development plan or whatever the plan may be. That hasn't come into play yet. So with these ones that are starting on Thursday, we're not expecting a lot on Thursday, but they will sort of gather over time. At the moment, you can just print the form out, have a conversation with them, and we'll give you some advice in the next month or so as to where you can store those at the time. Any questions and thoughts on that one? Good idea, bad idea?
Will some of this come up in the workflow?
Yes. Yeah, ultimately, yes. But not in the next month or so, but certainly over time. Particularly the 1-year ones will come up in the workflow as, you know, they're up for the 1-year review. It's not a review, let's not call it a review, it's a development. All right, I'll be around a bit longer on if you think of any questions at the time. Also, you can send me an email and I'll respond to them. The article in the Be Informed this week will have my email address as well, so feel free to send me an email with any questions you might have. And I'm going to hand over to Morris now for his part. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Craig. Do let me know if I cease to be audible. I'm happy to take that feedback as we go, because I know it's a little bit difficult. So the reason that these sessions are interlinked is because our individual adult volunteer plan and our on-the-job training talk about each other. So it made a lot of sense to roll these changes out at the same time. So Craig's talked about some changes that are being rolled out from Thursday. We were going to roll this out on the same day, but I've been faithfully informed not to do major IT change on a Thursday, but to do it on Wednesday so that you've got more than one business day to fix it up if anything goes wrong. But before we sort of get into the detail of that, I just wanted to provide a little bit more of a story about why we're doing this sort of stuff. If you have a bit of a think about where we've come from in terms of training, if we think, say, 3 years ago and beyond that, we had a training system and a training structure which was very section focused for our leaders of youth. And it required, if you were to change roles, it required a lot of retraining, very paper-based, very rules-based. And if you think about where we're going, we're talking about a training structure and a training system that supports the program that we've currently got and reflects the fact that a lot of the structures and skills in our program are actually common across sections. At the same time, we're trying to make a system that makes it therefore easier to move between roles because we do recognise those skills, and that really reflects that our volunteers have really limited time budgets these days, and that's a really pressing concern. We're also looking for a system that is pretty seamless and where the user, it's really obvious to the user and the people supporting the user what they're supposed to do. And that means taking a bit of the sort of PDF stuff out of it, the scanning and the printing out and all that sort of stuff. So that essentially is the vision, and you and I both know that we're not quite there yet, and we have all experienced perhaps some pain points over the last few years as we've moved from a system that has supported the old program to something that's new, where we haven't always had the right resources at the right time to support it. But what we get to announce as part of this process is that we're really on the last phase of major change as our training system moves to support the program. So this is the big structural change, and from here it'll be tweaks, hopefully. Hopefully this is the last big push. So our objectives today, I want to explain what's changing, particularly with the on-the-jobs, and explain the support available. It's worth, again, before we sort of get into the detail, it's worth reminding ourselves that, often when we think of training, we think of the courses, because they can be really memorable as part of people's scouting careers. But when we talk about training, we're bringing in the on-demand learning, which is a really flexible and efficient way to transfer knowledge. We talk about the courses, of course, which are about applying skills in a training environment, but really critically we've also got on-the-job training as well, and that's learning from experts in the field, but also demonstrating those skills in the field so that we can verify, yeah, you are proficient, you are confident, and we know that you can act proficiently as an adult leader. If you only take away a few things out of this presentation, where we will hit some pretty complicated detail, I'll give you a bit of a flavour of that, but if you only take some things away from this, our training is changing to support the program. That's the purpose of this. Our training plans are the source of truth, and eventually they will probably become one and the same as the attachments to the individual adult volunteer plans. But, for the next little while, training plans are your friend. And we know that to find those, you have to get to the training bit of the Scouts Victoria website, which has got its own link right up the top of the page. So if you've never seen a training plan in your life, which is highly possible, one thing to remember is that that's our source of truth. If I'm unclear on what a leader has to do, I have to at least start by finding the training plan for that role. The major change that we're talking about today is that on-the-job training will be verified online. So no more physical signatures, no more PDFs and scanning and that sort of stuff, and no more necessarily working with your DLATs to have that recognised on extranet. It will be much more user-focused than that. And I refer to the complicated bit. The complicated bit is leaders moving between roles who have historical training. And when I refer to historical, I'm saying that pretty broadly because I'm saying if you've trained prior to 2020, you've experienced a different system. So for leaders moving between roles, or if a leader's wanting to continue with their training but they haven't touched the training system in a few years, that's where it gets a bit gnarly and we've got to figure out the particular circumstances for that leader. So I'm not expecting you to remember all the details about that, but there is help available for it. First up, a new structure for the on-the-job training. To go backwards to go forwards, I just want to explain and remind you about some of the change that's occurred just this year. First up, and to start with, this diagram I hope is not unfamiliar to you. This depicts how our training currently works. And the first thing that I wanted to highlight is the Scouting Essentials course, which is our great program delivery course, which we deliver across sections. That is now part of the pathway for our leaders of adults, not just our leaders of youth, which is a bit of a return to form. Historically, you might remember that our leaders of adults had to complete a sectional course of some sort if they were coming in off the street. So that's really important because our program support leaders need to have a grounding in the program that they're supporting. I'm going to refer to a bit of language here which may or may not be familiar to you, and this is flowing out nationally, and we'll use this language interchangeably, but we refer to a youth program leader, which we might know as a leader of youth, and we refer to a program support leader, which we might know as a leader of adults. And basically our training system has two pathways, one for youth program leaders and one for program support leaders. And you'll notice out of this diagram that there's lots of commonality between the two. So if you're training under the current system and you move between those two streams in terms of your role, there's not that much additional training that you need to do. The other thing that I wanted to highlight as a change that's happened this year is that our scouting leaderships have converged to be one course. Over the last 2-3 years, we've been running a scouting leadership course for leader of youth and a scouting leadership course for leader of adults. And realistically, the curriculums of those two courses have been converging over a number of years, and this is the final piece of the puzzle as we refocus our advanced training really around people leadership and self-knowledge, setting goals for self, as opposed to our advanced training for youth program leaders being about that advanced program delivery. Essentially, for a youth program leader, most of that program delivery depth is in the first year of their training. So that's, I think that's all I had to explain on that one. That is where we've come from, and I've reordered these slides somehow, and I've lost myself. This is what we are moving towards, and I'll just highlight a few changes here, particularly to the on-the-job. So you'll see in our existing training that we have the on-the-job plan, and we have, I'm pointing at this screen, it's not doing you much use, but we have the on-the-job plan and the on-the-job do and the on-the-job review. Under our new structure, the plan and do get consolidated into a checklist that sits just before the Gilwell Woggle. And that basically means we can say, are you proficient in all these skills that you've learnt on your on-demand and on courses? And if you found proficient, then that's recognised with the Certificate of Proficiency, which we recognise with the Gilwell Woggle. So that's a really key change, and it makes a lot of sense. If you've had a look at the do milestone, a lot of that is skills that come out of those basic courses. So it makes a lot of sense to bring that before the Gilwell Woggle so that Gilwell Woggle is really representing your proficiency in those skills. Another great development, which you'll see on the slide, is that we finally have an on-the-job checklist for our program support leaders or our leaders of adults. For the last couple of years, we've been piecing together a little bit of historical stuff for our leaders of adults. It hasn't really been fit for purpose, so they finally get their own checklist, which is really, really great. The final thing that I'll highlight on this slide is that where we previously had our Wood Badge project finalisation, our Wood Badge assessment, or what in Victoria we've pretty much called the district evaluation, and the on-the-job review, those get collapsed into a single process. So that those three components are still exist, but it's one verification process. So you may remember from an advanced course, you will set your Wood Badge project with the course leader of that course, and then you go and complete that in the field. And that's an exercise that's under 10 hours of work. So that goes into a single checklist along with your sort of on-the-job assessment, which in Victoria has pretty much been the District Commissioner's prerogative or their delegate to undertake. And that's combined with a bit of a checklist that looks a bit like the review checklist. So it gets consolidated into one process, which makes a lot of sense when we talk about how that gets verified. Again, I can't reiterate this too many times, the training plans are the source of truth. So we have a youth program leader training plan and a program support leader training plan. And again, before we talk about some of the systems changes, I did want to remind you that the courses themselves have changed. If you've trained recently, this will be extremely obvious to you. If you haven't, this might affect how you're talking about training to the people that you're supporting. And sometimes where we get people on course who are a little bit unhappy, it's often because they've been set up with a different expectation of what that course is about. So for example, our Scouting Essentials course, which is a great course, that is a course that is delivered with leaders across sections and now with leaders of adults as well. So they really get to cross-pollinate ideas with each other and also break into their sectional groups to talk about those particular skills and the achievement pathways for their section. The Scouting Adventure course is pretty settled. That's been settled for a little while, but it might be a little bit newer for those in the Joey section or the Cub section. So Joey leaders historically may not have even had to have done any kind of outdoors or adventure course. So that's a bit new. Scouting management, we're updating the curriculum on that and just iterative change there. But the Scouting leadership course, as I've said earlier on today, that's really about a people leadership component, which is relevant not just to leaders of adults, but also our section leaders. And it's leadership of adults, but it's also about leading youth as well. I think where we get some disquiet is where people come onto that course expecting an advanced program delivery course. Before I sort of move on to the verification of the on-the-jobs, does anyone have any questions about this training pathway that we're moving towards? Fully acknowledging that there might be a bit of unfamiliar language here. People pretty comfortable with that? And again, you will have the slides with some annotations that will give you a bit of the detail on this. So the exciting change for this Wednesday, note that it's Wednesday and not Thursday, is that the verification of the on-the-job training will shift online, and that will link up with people's extranet records automatically. So it's a fully online process. I'll show you a little bit about what the trainee and what the team leader will see. So the trainee accesses the on-the-job training on our national on-demand platform. That doesn't change. So we've already got the on-the-job milestones there. We're now referring to on-the-job phases. Just as we're getting rid of plan, do and review, we're stopping talking about milestones. We've stopped borrowing youth program language, and we have our own adult leadership language as well. So the trainee has a landing page for their on-the-job phases, and you'll see just circled, that's where they access it on the top bar. A few little things to highlight here. They have their team leader represented on the screen, and that's automatically generated from Scouts Victoria's organisational structure. So in a group environment, if you're an assistant leader, that won't be the section leader, that will be the group leader that is noted there. That is who the system regards as our team leader and who will principally be the person verifying this. It also refers to the next level up team leader or the team leader's team leader. So that is the person, well, essentially that is the boss of your boss. That is whoever the person is noted as team leader, that will be their team leader. We have verified that if you have someone who is a leader in charge of your group, say the Joey Scout leader is the leader in charge of your group, that is the person that will be picked up as your team leader in the system, which is excellent. I was a little bit concerned that it was going to skip up levels of the organisation and poor Rod would have a fair bit on his plate. So that gets auto-populated, but the system does recognise that sometimes that might pick up the wrong person, particularly if someone's doing the training for a secondary role. It might just pick up by alphabetical order the person that it thinks is the team leader. So you do have the option of applying to have a different team leader allocated to you for training purposes, or a different verifier, and same with the next level up team leader. So, what does the trainee actually see when they're trying to complete the training? This is just an example of, so this is the Youth Program Leader checklist, and under each of these headings, the personal development, organisational structure, you can open those out and the I statements will be there, really the skills that people are checking proficiency against. The actual content won't change massively. There are a few new I statements, but it's basically plan and do collapsed together as the basis for it. They'll also have the opportunity to write a few notes to remind themselves what they've done towards that. I'm actually not sure if that's compulsory to have something written in there, but it's not a short form essay. It's an aid to remind yourself and potentially remind the team leader where you might have exhibited those skills. So a couple of buttons here to highlight. We have the submit for verification, and that will trigger an email to the team leader. Unavoidably, this system is email-based, so if that's an issue in your context, we'll have to figure out some local solutions to ensure that these verification emails are being picked up. But one way there is to support that is that there is the send reminder button as well. I'm reminded of supermarkets putting the sweets in view of young children using the Pesta Power. I wonder if this is an equivalent Pesta Power thing. So it is supposed to be, user focused. The trainee should be able to say, actually, this has been sitting on my team leader's desk for a few weeks now. Time to send that reminder, and that will also notify the team leader's team leader as well. Just exhibiting what some of the other checklists look like, different colour for the different checklists, but the user interface is exactly the same. Now, if you're the team leader, you get this nice message that says that you've got something that you need to verify, and you're able to click straight through into the on-demand platform system. You'll have to put in your credentials as you normally would, and you'll get this nice landing page that allows you to approve the checklists. You can also reject it, but the system will ask you to provide comments if you want to reject. And we should, obviously we should be providing some feedback. I think you're nearly done, but would be great to see you, support a special interest award cycle with a youth member, that sort of thing. So we have these buttons available to you. There's also the option here for the team leader to say, actually, this has come to me in error. I'm not actually the right team leader. So just as the trainee can apply to have that team leader changed, the team leader can say, yeah, I'm not the most appropriate person for this, or they can delegate it as well. The system is not supposed to bind us with rules that we don't intend. The system is designed to support our usual practice in finding the right person to verify this stuff. And it doesn't stop our principle that young people should be able to verify our skills. If you're in a unit environment, the young people might be really, really skilled, and they can still be part of the process of saying, yes, this new leader can do the skill, but in terms of the actual sign-off, the team leader does that electronically. So just to clarify who signs what, the team leader, and sorry, I should sort of acknowledge that we don't typically, in Scouts Victoria, we haven't spoken about team leaders all that much. We typically refer to the actual role. So this is new language when we talk about team leaders, but let's call it the boss or the team leader, someone hopefully with a Gilwell woggle. So we are asking you to say, I need to be sort of broadly proficient in something in order for me to sign it off. We're not being too particular about when this Gilwell Woggle was achieved and what the training structure was about at the time. I'm just taking this in a fairly flexible approach that if you're going to be signing off someone as proficient at a Gilwell Woggle level, you should have a Gilwell Woggle yourself. So in a group environment, the team leader is the group leader or the person acting as the group leader. And the team leader's team leader, which needs to be someone with a wood badge as per national policy, that will, at a local level, usually go to the district commissioner. Again, we're trying to make the system support our practices that have been chosen by the district. The district commissioners are quite passionate about having that prerogative and there being that level of third-party verification. It doesn't mean they have to actually do the verification themselves. They can say, I'm going to delegate this to someone else, either through the system or through third-party reports, however you want to do it. For those who are in roles above a group level, at a district level, it'll just follow the same sort of process, and I think it will probably cap out at the leader in charge of Victorian branch, which I think might be Wombat or someone like that for our region commissioners. Probably the key change here is that the district commissioner previously did the wood badge assessment, but they didn't have a role in completion of the wood badge project, because usually it's going to be someone who's closer to the ground that is actually ticking that off. So the person who's doing the final tick off for the scouting leadership checklist, you can take soundings from the team leader. It's not a you have to be witnessing the completion of the project. Really, the project is just a really basic tick off. They said they were going to do X. Yes, they did it, and the team leader can say, yeah, they're fine for the wood badge project. Are there any questions? I'm going to talk from here about transitioning leaders and continuing leaders. Are there any questions about what we've covered so far? That's good. So this is where we start to sort of complicate the narrative a bit, or give you a bit of insight into how our systems try and support what we're trying to roll out here. It's not necessary for you to memorise how this all works, but understand that there's a bit of rigour to it behind the scenes, and we're here to help. Before we sort of get into the specific business rules for transitioning leaders, I wanted to show you perhaps a couple of the tools that we have available for you. The first is our check prerequisite tool on Extranet. If you find someone's Extranet record and you click check prerequisite, if you've clicked on that in the last couple of years, you might find that it hasn't been the most useful tool in the world. And there's a few reasons for that, and reasons that I will partially defend. The first is that I made the decision to not have on-demand modules as part of our role prerequisites, because while we had modules continuing to be developed and land, that was basically saying, if you finished your e-learning, taking a while to do your project, but in the meantime, all these new modules have landed, it would force you to go back and do those modules, which might be a good thing, but I didn't think that was fair. I didn't think that was the outcome that we were seeking, and I didn't want a computer to tell us to do something that wasn't actually our intent. So that's why the on-demand modules have been out of it. We've also had a whole range of layers of historical training and different naming for things. So we've had to be able to represent people who have done sectional training and treat that as equivalent to our scouting essentials and scouting leadership, and different naming over different eras. And our system just can't cope with that. We've had to sort of make it work for kind of 70% of the leaders. This is going to become a lot more meaningful, because our scouting essentials modules and our scouting adventure modules, they're settled, they're done. So they're going back in here. Scouting management modules are still landing, so we'll leave them out for the moment, and scouting leadership modules are still landing, so we'll leave them out for the moment. But one of the ways that we can make this work is by actually recognising all of our adult leaders' existing level of training and then build an option around that. So if you've had a look at someone's record recently, in the last few days, you might have noticed that they have something like retrospective certificate of adult leadership section that's been added to their role. It doesn't mean that they've just done a training course that you're going to get the bill for. What it does mean is that we have either gone through electronically or manually through the records of our adult membership and said, if you've done X, Y, Z, yes, you have this level of training under this historical model. And from here, you'll see in the options, when you click check prerequisite, if you've got someone who's got a Gilwell Woggle that's trained historically, you'll see one of the options has that as one of the prerequisites, and all of the rest of the role prerequisites under that will be the things that they have to do. I'm not saying that this is going to be absolutely simple, but it's going to be a whole lot more usable than it's been over the last couple of years. The other thing that I wanted to highlight is that these on-demand modules all have pre-module quizzes and post-module quizzes. So if a leader knows their stuff, they actually don't have to do all the activities. I've been going through this exercise for a secondary role at the moment, and I time it at about 5 minutes per module. If you haven't, the pre-module quiz is only available if you haven't done the module. I'm presuming that there might be the odd module that people here haven't had a go at. If you reckon you know your stuff, have a bit of a go at it and see if you can pass that pre-module quiz. If you get your 80%, 85%, then you can go straight onto the post-module quiz, which is great because it means that we're not just treating these modules as a training exercise, it's also a proficiency check. So when we talk about the requirements for transitioning leaders, we're treating that as an opportunity to check people's proficiency and their knowledge. So when we say, if you've trained historically, we're encouraging everyone to update their modules, but if you're a transitioning leader, we're going to require you to do your modules. If they know their stuff, if they're doing the current program, then that's not an onerous exercise. So to give you a bit of the story about how this is going to affect various leaders. If you're continuing in your current role and you're fully trained, we're not requiring you to retrain. So let's not spook the horses in that sense. We are, of course, encouraging people through the program that Lisa referred to in her session. We're encouraging people to update their on-demand modules. And I had a question earlier in the day about whether leaders can attend courses even though they're fully trained. And absolutely, they are welcome to apply for courses. They'll still need to complete the prerequisites, but they absolutely can attend courses for a bit of an update and a refresher. If we do max out our courses, we'll probably preference people who need it for their current certificate, but you're very, very welcome to come on courses. Leaders with a certificate of adult leadership, so they got the Gilwell Woggle historically, they will need to update their on-demands and on-the-jobs to proceed to scouting leadership and onto the Wood Badge for that role. Now that's partially as a result of system constraints, but I think it's also our intent as well, because if you're going to go on to scouting leadership level training, it builds on our current set of basic training. So that's a necessity, but again, remembering that our on-demand modules, we're using that as a knowledge check through the quizzes, and the on-the-jobs, if you're already an active leader and you've been doing it for a year, then and you're doing the current program, then that's a really easy tick off. It might encourage you to go, if I think of my circumstance, there's a fair bit that I can tick off, but it's told me to go and visit a unit council or more of different sections. And I can say, well, I did that 10 years ago, but have I seen a unit council work with the achievement pathways currently? So that's on my jobs list to go and do some of that sort of stuff, which is really valuable sort of stuff. But if you've been active in a unit with the current program, then there's not going to be too much in the on-the-job that actually causes you too much grief. And if you don't currently have a Gilwell Woggle at all, then it's really simple. You're just continuing under the new model. And the main impact for you will be that the content in that do milestone, which you would have previously done after the Gilwell Woggle, you now do before. It's not a massive impact, again, given you're active in the unit. That shouldn't be a massive struggle to complete in your first year. Transitioning leaders, these get a little bit more fun here. The principle here, I keep harping on about using the training plan as your source of truth. That is the basis for what we require of transitioning leaders, is to do the training plan of the role that they're going into but we will recognise some of their historical training as equivalent. And that's particularly the courses, because we understand that getting people, if they're changing roles, to go and do 3 more courses, that might be particularly onerous for them. And we try and find ways through the on-demands and on the jobs to say, yeah, actually you are up to date and you are ready for that new role, even though you've trained historically. So the rule of thumb, on the jobs, whether we're talking about the model from 2020 onwards or the one that we're about to get from Wednesday, you no longer have to repeat these between sections. So in the last couple of years, we've actually used the on-the-jobs as the tool to transition people between sections because we didn't really have any other sort of framework. We were basically using this as the opportunity to say, do you understand the achievement pathways of the new section? Do you understand the developmental needs of the age range that you're about to work with? That may not have been entirely the intent of these on-the-jobs. Basically, our training construct says if you're trained as a youth program leader, you are trained as a youth program leader. So they don't have to, if you've trained since 2020, those on-the-jobs don't have to be repeated between sections. But we will not accept technical skills and in-service anymore. If you're a bit newer to your roles, technical skills and in-service are a more historical form, which we've really moved on from in terms of how the on-the-jobs support the current program. On-demand modules, they do need to be completed, again, as a knowledge check, but there are quizzes to help make this quick. All our training plans say that you need to do an essentials, a basic practical in a section that you've done historically. Yeah, we will accept that, and we'll accept that because we're also using the on-the-jobs and the on-demands. The basic outdoor skills, or various previous iterations of that, a Cub Scout pack holiday course, for example, we will accept that for adventure. Perhaps the interesting case is if you're a Joey leader and you're trained in a particular era, you may not have had to have done an outdoors course at all. Now, if you're going to continue on to your wood badge or if you're going to change roles, our system will say, with our current program, our Joey leaders do need to do an adventure course, which is entirely consistent with what we expect of incoming leaders. Scouting leadership gets a bit interesting, and there's a bit of a judgment call with this. Basically, as I said earlier, scouting leadership is really about the people's side of things rather than program, or at least not a whole lot of program content. So what we've said is that that course is particularly critical for people moving into leader of adults roles. So if you've done a sectional advanced course historically, you do need to do that scouting leadership course if you're now going to go and work with the adults. What we've said, and all of this is decisions of Adults in Scouting Committee, and with help from the program team, is that if you're moving between sections, we'll say that it is less critical in terms of that people management aspect, and we will accept your previous advanced practical course. It gets pretty gnarly, but I think these rules of thumb kind of assist in getting a sense of how much training would be required for someone changing between roles. I do have some. I've got some case studies, and I might just do 2 or 3 of these because I think they are illustrative. So the first one is a really simple one. A Ventura leader is staying in their role. They got a wood badge in the Ventura section prior to 2020. Important to note, no compulsory additional training to stay in the role. Again, we're not spooking the horses with this one. But of course, we are encouraging people to update their on-demand through the ACFI challenge, ACFI campaign that Lisa was referring to. And of course, now we have the individual adult volunteer plan, and it's the phase 3 one that supports that person to set some goals. And some of that goals might be around updating their on-demand. I reckon if you're working in a unit and you haven't done the achievement pathways module, I reckon you'd be really pushing it uphill. I reckon that achievement pathways is absolutely essential for all leaders. Let's have a look at another one. We've got an assistant scout leader moving to assistant Ventura leader. They've completed all of their training since 2020. So all that they need to do is complete any outstanding preliminary essentials and adventure modules. And there really shouldn't be that many. There might be 1 adventure modules. I think we've got a camping module for adventure, that something to support standing camps, which we didn't have previously. And preliminary has been pretty settled for a while, but there might be sort of some essentials modules that have landed since they trained. They do need to do the on-the-job youth program leader if they haven't done both plan and do. So again, this checklist combines both plan and do, but historically you only needed to do plan to get up to your Gilwell Woggle. So we're basically saying, yep, you've got to finish that off to bridge you over to the current model. And one of the nifty things about the system that's being introduced is if you've used the tick box in the system for your plan and do, those ticks will will automatically transition over to the new checklists where it's an equivalent I statement. So if people are using that as their source of truth, then they won't lose that progress. And then we ask them to proceed to scouting leadership training really as if they're a new leader. Cub Scout leader moving to Scout leader. They've got a Cub Wood badge pre-2020. So we're going to recognise their current program proficiency through knowledge checks on the modules. We're going to make them update that on-the-job youth program leader. Again, this is because they haven't done plan and do, they would have done tech skills and in-service. So, and again, because they've been working in the section, this is really unlikely to cause them too much grief. They don't have to complete any courses, and they then get credit, and this is the sort of back-end bit, we then credit them with the Certificate of Proficiency Youth Program Leader. And then they complete the currently available scouting leadership modules. They don't have to complete, so they do complete the scouting leadership on the job, but no additional project or on-the-job assessment required. Now this is where it gets a bit hairy because we're telling people to do a checklist that includes the project and an assessment, but because they've already done that, my guidance from National is basically, one wood badge project ever, and that's what we're going to start to roll out, is basically if you've done a wood badge project in your Scout leadership career and you haven't had a massive break in service, we'll say, look, you're done for that. Doesn't matter what the name of your advanced course was that set it up. That'll probably do, and I will take some questions in a sec, but again, giving you a bit of an understanding of the back end of this. So we're getting new certificate of proficiencies rather than certificate of adult leadership. And we have one wood badge. Our world framework says that there is just one wood badge, but we do have, we're representing this through two certificates that recognises that you've done all the training requirements for those roles. So there's a certificate of advanced adult leadership for both training pathways. So to sort of remind ourselves where we came on this in terms of the really critical things, remember that our training is changing to support the program, and this really is the last big hard change, I hope. From here, we've set ourselves up with a structure that it's more about incremental change. And as the years go on, we're really going to be dealing less and less with people who have trained historically. Our training plans continue to be the source of truth. And our individual adult volunteer plans will be consistent with the training plans, but the training plans will just have a little bit more detail about, a link for where you sign up to the course and that sort of thing. On-the-job training will be verified online. No more PDFs. It's a back-end system, and it's an interesting. If you were a DLATS that sort of played a bit of a role in recording these things on people's records. I think this really reinforces that we're asking our DLATSs to be capability builders rather than administrators, and we really want our DLATSs out there supporting our leaders to be mentoring these on the jobs. And if you've got concerns about the standard of stuff that's being ticked off, don't get too worried about individual leaders, individual trainees. Worry more about building the capability of the leadership in that group to sign these things off more systemically. We don't want people sort of really kind of gumming up the system a bit. And leaders moving between roles, there are different requirements. I've shown you 3 case studies, but really there's going to be 500 case studies in this organisation. Our systems will do some of the hard work of figuring out what they need to do, but some of it will require a human being. And one thing that I've learned over the last couple of weeks, particularly with feedback from people in your sorts of roles, is that we've got a bit of a policy gap in terms of leaders with a break in service. They get really complicated if they're coming back, they haven't been in here for 3 or 4 years, and they've missed out on all the change that's happened in the organisation. So we've got some work to do. If you've got a really burning query about someone with a break-in service, give us a couple of weeks. We're not going to settle that in this week because I think we've got a policy gap. But there is help for these interesting sort of situations. Really open to questions. Yeah. Yeah, so the question for those at home is if you've got someone who's made it to basic level historically, say 5 years ago, but now wants to proceed onto the Wood Badge, I'd love it if there were fewer of these case studies, but I know that there's plenty. So we are, again, this was the example where, this is partially driven by system limitations, but also our intent. We are asking them to check proficiency on the modules and the Certificate of Proficiency checklist before they can go on to the Scouting Leadership course. That is going to require some finessing locally in the messaging, and again, this is about recognising what they've learnt on in terms of how the program's changed. And setting them up to go on that Scouting Leadership course. What we don't want is to be pushing people onto Scouting Leadership who actually don't have a grounding in how our current program works. So if there was one bit that I felt some sort of cognitive dissonance about, it's that circumstance, because I know that for some people we're putting additional requirements that might make it take them a little bit longer to get onto that Wood Badge. And I do recognise that's an issue, and it's one where we're going to need everyone to be speaking really positively about the benefits of just sort of checking in on some of that new program stuff. Other questions? Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting question, and for the benefit of the people at home, it was a question around how does this change the role of the personal leader advisor or the training mentor. We've sort of been referring more informally about training mentors. What I want to separate is the role of verification, which is done by the team leader, and that it's done by the team leader or someone similar that's close to the participant, because they're actually seeing stuff on the ground and they're witnessing, they're verifying. A training mentor or a PLA could be the same person, but it's a slightly different role because they're providing that mentorship and support. And when the adult membership form goes through, some DCs and group leaders think quite intentionally about setting someone up with a training mentor from a different group. And if that's an appropriate thing to do, we don't want to stop that, but it doesn't mean that training mentor is necessarily verifying. The person who verifies is the person who's kind of seeing things on the ground or dealing with the patrol leaders who are verifying the skills. A broader question about personal leader advisors. It's been a bit of a neglected kind of role in the organisation. In Victoria, we have moved away from a formal personal leader advisor. You might remember that we had badges and we had a specific course. We use a more informal model of training mentors these days, and we had a conversation nationally about where we might take this nationally, and it seems like we're pretty much on the same page that a less formal system is where the whole country wants to go. But if you hear the language personal leader advisor, training mentor, they mean the same thing, and you might see both bits of language on extranet. Frank. So the question was, if we're making that training mentor role more relaxed, do we take it off, the requirement to have a mentor off the adult membership form? To some extent, not my question to answer, that's a broader adult membership thing, but that was not what I meant in terms of making it more flexible. So I'm still really keen that every leader has a nominated training mentor. It's more that, we don't have to review that person every 3 years, that PLA every 3 years. We don't have to make sure they've done a special course, they've got a badge on their shoulder. We recognise that for the most part, training mentors are usually the group leader or someone else that has been, nominated who can do that role, who's either close to the person on the ground or provides an additional perspective. Any other questions? Great. Luke says we're done. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Morris, for that update on training. That was wonderful, very informative. So we've come to right at the end of the day. We've got one session left. We have one session left. Can you hear me? And that's a really quick one. Well, it depends. Depends on your needs. So we're at Q&A. So we promised we'd have an open forum. I'm going to invite the rest of the state leadership team to come down the front. Anything you've heard today, anything you have as a general inquiry, and if you're online, send it in the chat, please. We're here, it's really important that we're here together, face to face. It's wonderful to see you, it really is. It's great to be able to give you an opportunity to network with other people, to share challenges and to share solutions, and thank you for doing that today. If anyone has questions, please feel free to ask any of us. I know I'm conscious of, I'm the last thing, I know we're the last thing between you and going home, I get that, but it's a great opportunity to ask us something anyway. We have nothing. Thank you. Paul? So just to repeat the question, it was about the program and complexity and people being able to come up with creative programming, and do we have any plans to help alleviate that? And I'm going to hand over to Lisa because this is her focus for this upcoming year. Lisa?
Great question. First thing is chunk it down. So you don't have to do necessarily all of it at once. I'd really encourage you that if you are struggling to sort of do everything at once, to pick maybe one or two things that the kids are interested in and pursue that for a little while until they're comfortable with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It was a lot of information and there was a lot that sort of all came at once, and that's the feeling, that's sort of the feedback we're getting. So please don't be afraid to chunk it down. The long-term goal is that we are all using it because that's what we've got now. But there's no point in dragging our youth kicking and screaming through everything all at the same time and disengaging them from that. So I'd really encourage you to, I don't know, if they're a group that's particularly interested in maybe the special interest areas, maybe focus on that for a term or two and get their heads around that first. It can be really simple as just focusing on the challenge areas and just programming through those just for a little while. And individuals can maybe start looking at what they need to do for Peak Awards if that's what they'd like to pursue. But remember, not everyone got Peak Awards under the old system either. So there's not any pressure for everyone to get them under the new system. So what I'd encourage you to do, and I know it takes a lot of patience and a bit of organisation on behalf of our leaders, but try and chunk it down and meet the kids where they're at is my best advice. The resources that come at the district level shortly will hopefully help you do that too, because those resources are freely available. So if there's something that might help your leaders explain to their youth members a particular portion of the program, then those resources should be nice, neat, wrapped up in a bow and delivered to you shortly. Hopefully that answers the question.
Thanks, Lisa. I just want to add to that, Paul. I do my best to speak to as many people as possible, particularly about programs, because it's something I'm absolutely passionate about, making sure we get right. And it is a little bit challenging. And I was having those conversations 12 months ago that you described very, very frequently. More so recently, the feedback I'm getting, particularly from two particular cohort, and that's venturers directly and new leaders. And they're saying it's so simple. It is really simple. So I think none of the opinions are necessarily 100% correct, but there are an emerging cohort of people who weren't trained the same way we were in another way of doing the program. So haven't had that muscle memory that's been agitated and challenged to try and do something a little bit different as well, which does create a blocker. It does for me. I struggle as well at times. So I absolutely hear what those leaders are saying to you. So I think over time, this will also help. So Lisa's tips are absolutely correct. Just focus on one thing. Try and focus on one thing. And don't get too chilled about what's going on with terrain. Do what you can. If you use that as an interface to help understand elements of the program, it's super useful. If you try and use it to solve end-to-end problems, it's harder. It's much harder. So I guess use the tools you've got, use them when you can, and just, your role, encourage a little bit immersion step by step so that they get that deep understanding. Oh, we've got a question from online. Thanks, guys. Couldn't hear.
A broad
All right, I'm going to get Michael to repeat the question and give us an answer, please. Thank you.
The question is basically what's our investment going forward in IT going forward. In the crowd today, we've got Andrew Sanderson, who will put his hand up. Andrew's recently been appointed State Commissioner Digital Transformation, and Andrew's role is not to be so much operational, but to be strategic. Have a look at it from a strategic viewpoint. Have a look at things where Operoo fits in, our investment in extranet going forward, application system, and Andrew starts off primarily as an assistant scout leader. So he's living the life as a line leader, and he's working on, his brief is really what can make it easier for the line leaders to interface and work with different people. So Andrew's working through, he's talking to people at highest level at this particular point in time, and he's coming up with the strategy. So he's our strategic voice going forward. So we're investing quite a bit in there.
Right, first thing I'd like to say is thank you to the state leadership team. It's nice seeing you face to face, talking to you, and actually asking questions and getting answers. It's great to see you here. You're not in the Zoom meeting. We don't see little squares. and Daniela, who has been at a lot of things lately, representing the state leadership team. So well done. And also congratulations on your award.
Thank you.
So, but from us, thank you. This has been a very informative session. I hope everyone agrees, and we should put our hands together for this well-presented thing. Okay.
Thank you. I'll just repeat that online. I've got to repeat this one because we got a compliment. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. The feedback was thank you for being here in person, and thank you for addressing and giving an opportunity to share some information and to have you ask questions and to interface. We're absolutely committed to this. It's been a challenge. We're here. We are always here. You can see our faces. You know our names. You know what we do now as well. Please feel to reach out. We just want to make your job easier. So thank you too. If we don't have any other questions, I'll wind up so you guys can get home and get on the road. Look, thank you so much for making the effort to come here to Carrum Downs. It's awesome. I do want to apologise for the sound quality. This is a very, very difficult acoustic dynamic to deal with. As we speak, the sound's bouncing off concrete everywhere. It's flying up in the air, and depending on where you're sitting, it's really difficult to hear. And for that, we apologise. We will find a better location for the next time we do this. For those people online, thank you very much for joining us. It's a long day. It's hard to sit in front of the computer for that long. I know you're used to it, but it doesn't make it any easier. So thank you very much. Really appreciate that too. Hey, look, thank you for the attitude that you've brought as well. You know, I talk about a thing called best selves, and that's coming with a positive and open mindset to things, where you have an opportunity to grow and you embrace that opportunity. You guys, as I said earlier, you're the role models of our organisation. People are looking to you for cues on how to behave, on how we do this thing called scouting. So you need to take it seriously, and I know you do, and I thank you very much for that. Thank you for coming today, and good scouting. Thank you.
So just before they leave, we have two little tankies. Can you tell I'm the junior member of SLT? So we've got two people who have led the process of getting this weekend together, and all these different teams that have been working on these projects together. And so we'd like to thank them. So for Daniela and Rod, we have a small gift. Rod, you get chocolates because we heard that your wife likes them. And Daniela, you get flowers because we know you love them.